Good morning once again. We are live on YouTube. Comments have been disabled on YouTube. Um, Once we are ready at 10 o'clock, everything is all right on my side. Thank you so much.
All good, Zoe. Can you please make Rachel host?
All right, will do. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It's 1:10. Apologies for the delay. We just needed to get our YouTube streaming public on board. Notice is hereby given that in terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipality System Act 2000, that an ordinary council meeting will be held 11 December, 10 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Alderman Benson, could I ask you to open with prayer for us? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to everybody. Can we close our eyes? Lord, let my words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable unto you, Lord. And whatever is standing between you and me, forgive my sins and also forgive our sins, Lord, so that we can ask, because you say what we ask in your name, you will give to us. And therefore we ask, Lord, for forgiveness of our sins first, and then also, Lord, of your wisdom, your insight, Lord. And we also want to say thank you, Lord, for those whose birthdays was for the passing months, and also those who are still birthdays are coming, Lord. We want to say thank you, Lord, because it's now nearly the end of the year, and because of your grace and your mercy, that is why we are still here, Lord. And therefore, we also say thank you for your grace and mercy for all the months and days that have passed. But we also ask, Lord, that you will be with us during the days and months and years that coming, because we can't go without you. Lord, and also we ask that it's now the season is here, the festival season. We ask that you will bless us with enjoyment with our families and our friends over this period. Lord, and also we are going into a meeting. Let we hear and and say things that it's acceptable unto you, and that we always think of those that are out there, the communities, but among them, there's also our friends and family. That we always be a good example that show in us, that you teach us many years ago about love and kindness. Lord, we ask these things not because we are entitled to it, but because of your great mercy. And whoever can we go to, but except to you, through the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Alderman Benson. I'm going to move over to the next item. I did not get any apologies, so I'm quickly going to go through the attendance register. Councillor Alexander, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, all councillors, officials. Yes, I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor August. Councillor August.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Alderman Benson just opened for us, so he is present. Honourable Mayor Borman.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Dludlu.
Good morning, all. I am present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Gertenbach.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Kanuza. Councillor Kanuza. She is not in the meeting. Could committee service let me know when she comes in? Councillor Hendricks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm present, Speaker.
Good morning. Councillor Haystack.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Welcome. Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Good morning, Speaker. I hope I'm audible. I'm present.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. I'm also present. Councillor Maria is present. Councillor Mbandano.
Decolonizing the mind. When ndikhona emhlanganweni, speaking Xhosa.
Welcome, Councillor. Councillor Mbuku. Councillor Mbuku. Councillor, we see when you are in the meeting. I'll come back to you. Councillor Moos, Bonita Moos, our new councillor, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, all. Yes, I'm present.
Welcome, welcome. Councillor Nzelani, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning. Councillor Nichols.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Nkilishani.
A very good morning, Speaker and councillors. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ntengwane. Councillor Ntewani. I don't see the councillor online. Committee service, let me know when the councillor logs in. Councillor Nshota.
Ndibulisile Somlomo nesigqeba ndikhona entlanganisweni.
Good morning, Councillor. Councillor Willifant. Councillor Willifant. Committee service, please let me know if Councillor Willifant joins our meeting a bit later. Councillor Wayne Peterson. Also not online yet. Please let me know when Councillor Peterson join. Councillor Claudette Peterson.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Ruth.
Good morning, Speaker and Councillors. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Stearman.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker and everybody. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson, I see you online. You're welcome to speak.
I can't speak if you mute me. How must I speak when you mute me? We haven't even started, but you're muting me. This is a load of nonsense. How can you
in the
mute
meeting,
me?
Councillor.
While you ask me a question, you mute me. What stupidity?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Peterson. We can hear you all in the meeting. Thank you. Councillor Volji.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Linde.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Mayor and fellow councillors and officials. I'm present.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor van Niekerk. Councillor van Niekerk.
I'm here. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Yali.
Oh, good morning, Speaker and everyone. Yes, I'm present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Zono.
Madam Speaker, and to everyone in the meeting, yes, I am present, Madam Speaker, and I would also want to notify you that I'll be raising a motion of exigency. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I will do that after the supplementary before we go to confidential. So we've got the ordinary and then the supplementary, and then you can raise it. Thank you, Councillor. I'm quickly going to run back to the other councillors before I go through the administration. Councillor Kanuza, are you present? Okay, so please let me know when she joins us. And Councillor Mbuku. Thank you. Also, let me know when the councillor joins. Councillor Mtemwani, still not in the meeting. Councillor Mbuku is in the meeting. Councillor Mbuku, will you be able to just confirm? Councillor, maybe write to us in the box. Maybe you have problems with your sound. Councillor Willifant, have you joined us yet?
Yes, good morning, Speaker, and good morning to everyone. Speaker, I'll be in and out of the meeting. We're busy as the family arranging for the funeral arrangement of my uncle who was knocked down at the Cape St. Francis Road last Friday. So we're busy with the funeral arrangements. We're burying him this coming Saturday. so I'll be in and out of the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted. Okay, and then administration, let me know when other councillors will join. Let me go to the administration. Du Plessis. Du Plessis, are you present? I can see you've unmuted yourself. You're welcome to speak. It seems like we lost you. I'm quickly going to carry on to the others, then I'll come back. Deputy De Jager, are you present?
Morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Lorgaard.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. Director Makalesi.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Ms. Opperman is with me. Director Ramakawela.
Good morning, Chair. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Malia is with us. Ms. Rousseau, she's with me. Director de Kock, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Honourable Mayor, Councillors, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Madat.
Morning, Speaker, Councillors and colleagues. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the rest of committee services are sitting with me. I just got an indication that Councillor is in and Kanuza has joined. Thank you. And will you please note that. Thank you. We won't have any presentations today. Then I'm moving over to item number 6, acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Councillor Peterson.
Honorable Speaker, I'll address you as honorable because I trust that your intentions are honorable. Can you please make sure that those unhonorable members that are administrators do not mute me when I'm supposed to speak? I don't understand why.
Councillor
Yeah.
Peterson, can I interrupt you quickly there? This
Please
is for
do.
acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations.
I'm
You were
on
not
that,
muted,
but I'm
you
just
were
raising it.
unmuted. Yes, thank
I'm
you for
on
raising
that.
it, but I can confirm that I'm sitting with it. You were not muted. So you may proceed with your acknowledgement,
All right,
condolences,
let
or
me proceed.
congratulations.
Let me proceed in saying the following. I would like to express my condolences to the passing of one of the greatest Khoisan leaders that ever walked the soil of Kouga. Ngakama Kakwa Kingas, or better known as Paramount Chief Crawford Fraser, was laid to rest last week or last weekend, and I would just like to express our sincere condolences to him, his family, and everyone that whose lives he impacted. Also, at the same time, I am going to rise in salutation of the achievement which Kouga always finds so equivalent in saying that I would like to congratulate the Sarah Baartman District Municipality for achieving also a clean audit in the auditing from the Auditor General. I would like to say that under the leadership of the ANC's District Mayor De Vos, the municipality has achieved that status as a district municipality. And lastly, I would like to also express my condolences to the loss of Charles Du Plessis' wife, And may her soul rest in peace. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Gertenbach, you are the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to congratulate the DA in his shining victory in Ward 2 and condolences to the other parties that lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I'm rising to share our sincere condolences with our former ward councillor from Ward 9 in Henki, who was laid to rest last week. Councillor Ulisile Peters Percent was buried in Humansdorp last week. We want to share our sincere, heartfelt condolences with his family, friends during this difficult time. I also perhaps want to rise, Madam Speaker, wishing the ANC very well in their current 5th National General Council that is taking place in Gauteng. We know that the resolutions that are coming there will be resolutions that will shape the next few years of South Africa, and we have of the belief that if we South Africans obtained our liberation, the people of Palestine will also obtain their liberation, Madam Speaker. I also want to congratulate the Proteas for winning a test match in India. Not only one test match, the series there in India, being led by Themba Bavuma, who's their captain. I think the last time we won in India was in 2012, some years ago. Also want to congratulate the Proteas women team that is leading Ireland currently 2-0 in the T20. They are doing quite very well. Then, Madam Speaker, the very last one I want to talk to is to also acknowledge the upcoming tournament that Bafana Bafana will be playing in the AFCON. Wishing them very well, Speaker. And we want to say to the people of Venezuela under the stewardship of their President Maduro that they should not be bullied by Trump, who is acting now as a pirate who's stealing their oil vessels. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nazalani, your hand is up next.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm audible.
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to say condolences to the family of Oliphant, whose uncle was hit by a car, as he was saying now, last week on Friday when he came from St. Francis Bay. Condolences to them. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkilishani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Hey, Speaker. Yeah. Let me try and to congratulate the new council from Ward 2, Councillor Bonita. We hope that now the people from Madiba Bay and Oliver Tambo Street, they won't see sewer flowing into their streets for a long time. The people from Madiba Bay, they were suffering from the sewer in their households, in the streets. So this time around, let's hope that she can make a difference. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandano.
Ndiyabulela. Firstly, let me do acknowledgement. Today in our calendar, historically, on the 4th of December, the Constitutional Court approved the supreme law of the country, which is the Constitution. So it's a very important milestone in our history. Also, on the 4th of December in 1985, COSATU was launched as our biggest trade union in South Africa. Also, this significant fourth also is the last one. The NUM, which was formed in 1982 as a trade union of mine workers, was formed. These are very important days to acknowledge. Here today on December, we are also acknowledging the loss of the father of the nation, Utatu Mandela, 2013, Siaparankwe Stwalandwe. May his soul still rest in peace. Let me also go to the congratulatory part. I also congratulate as my colleague in the EFF, Councillor Bonita, as our colleague on firmness of Ubuntu. We believe that she's also a daughter of the soil, born in our own Kocha. I'm also echoing the sentiment of my colleague. Let me actually express my sincere and deepest gratitude for the CFO Lohad. Lohad, you've been leading in the district as the council, as the CFO, under Eunice Kekana. We can see your pace and also your tracks. They are actually crystal clear. You've done an absolutely great job also in terms of the finances of this council. One wants to appreciate and say thank you. Alhamdulillah. Mashallah, Sheikh. Also, in congratulations, I want to congratulate also the previous G20 summit, exclusively of President Trump, who took a very clumsy decision, but our diplomatic channels proved him wrong by sending a junior official, and that was rejected. And thanks for firmness of the African country and for our president for standing on this. Lastly, on the issue of the NGC that is held now at the ANC Berkshire Hotel in Johannesburg, we also, like Councillor Zana, hope for the best. My deepest condolences go also to the chief that passed on, that cultural councillor Wayne Peterson. You stood on the shoulders of the giant. Please shine on those shoulders of that giant that passed on. Rest in peace, my chief. And also with Councillor Oliphant, our hearts are with your family, strength with all efforts that you are doing. Appreciate it. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Honorable Mayor Borman.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm actually at the loss for words. I'm sitting here thinking how to respond to Councillor Peterson's remarks, but it's absolutely not right what Councillor Peterson is doing in this council and to this council. He's completely bringing this council into disrepute, and I cannot begin to express my deep disappointment in the way that he operates. His remarks towards our his remarks towards our staff, his remarks towards our councillors, his remarks towards you as Speaker of this council is completely uncalled for and out of line. It is just unexcusable that Councillor Peterson can continue to behave the way that he is behaving, and expressing condolences to people who's very well alive. I mean, it's complete. It is so far from right that we just cannot accept these kinds of utterings, especially knowing what he said about in the previous council meeting. And it is really truly very disappointing. And I ask that the ANC address this matter very urgently, because we just cannot allow this to happen. I'm extremely disappointed in what Councillor Peterson is doing. I will formally write to you and with more detail and proposals on how to handle this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I think everybody was left speechless, and I'm looking forward to your writing to my office so we can actually go and listen to the recording. Thank you very much. Councillor Zana, I've already given you an opportunity to speak, but would you like to speak on behalf of the ANC?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, I wanted to ascertain on what the remarks the mayor has made, because I did not. It was the first time hearing that the wife of the MM has passed on, and only to learn the wife did not pass on. I think on behalf of the African National Congress Speaker, and to this council and to the family of Charles du Plessis, the MM, I sincerely apologize for the utterances that were then made by Councillor Peterson. I will also take this up as the African National Congress within our own caucus. Thank you very much, Speaker. And once more, we apologize for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zono. Highly appreciated, because I think we were all stunned with that. Please, people, make sure of your info and things, and it was very Councillor Peterson, if you're not prepared to do an apology, then I'm going to mute you. So, Councillor Peterson, you're welcome to apologize to Council.
Speaker, I humbly apologize for the fact that I was misled in believing that Charles du Plessis' wife has died. I was told that she died, and for that reason, I did the honorable thing of expressing condolences. Now I know that when she dies, I must not express condolences because it might be wrong also.
Councillor Peterson, you're again out of line here. You can't anticipate somebody. So please, we accept the first part of your apology. Let's leave it there for now. Thank you, Councillor
We will
Peterson.
all die, Speaker. It's unfortunately so.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Thank you, everybody. So we've come to the end of our acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. It brings me to the next item on our thing. And it is, for me, it's statement of the Speaker. Honourable Mayor, members of Council, officials, online guests, and colleagues. It is a pleasure to extend my warm welcome to our newly appointed Councillor Bonita Moores. It's quite nice to see that the ladies are getting more. It's quite a warm feeling. As we approach the end of the year, we enter an already incredible busy season. It is a time to reflect of what we all achieved together this year. Next year, we will continue to strive by not just being the best municipality in the Eastern Cape, but becoming the best one in the country. And our clean audits stand as proof of our commitment to good governance and accountability. Nothing comes easy. And at several year-end functions, I had the privilege of shaking hands of true heroes who endure service delivery at all hours of the day. We really thank them. A heartfelt thank also goes out to our mayor, the MMCs, councillors that face the public on a daily basis. Your dedication is much appreciated. We also appreciate your ward committee members that also is in the front line of our committees, all on our committee members. They also go the extra mile. So thank you to them as well. Then to the deputy MM and directors, thank you for leading your departments with excellence. Your professionalism is deeply appreciated. Then, mostly important, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the public. Your trust, cooperation, support remain the foundation of our work. You are the reason we continue to strive building a service delivery focused municipality that aims to be among the best in this country. As the year draws safe, I wish you all a safe, peaceful, and enjoyable festive season with your families. Thank you very much. That's from my side. And then I'm going to give over to our Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to all our councillors, MM and directors. It's really wonderful to be here with you all this morning. Speaker, I would like to start with probably wonderful news, which is that we have for the second year in a row achieved a clean audit, and some of our colleagues have already mentioned this, and I just want to also highlight this as really a wonderful achievement for this whole municipality. I want to thank our MM, our CFO, every single director, the managers, our SEM staff. It's really been a huge team effort in getting this clean audit across the line. And in my engagements with the AG, it was very clear that we are really a municipality that sets the trend in the Eastern Cape, which is also why I want to thank every single staff member in this municipality, regardless of where they work, what they do, whether they are a firefighter or a litter picker or a law enforcement officer or a town planner or whoever they are. Every single one of our staff members play such a huge role in making us the best municipality in the Eastern Cape. And I'm really, truly proud of that achievement. And I want to thank them from a very sincere heart. And we want to obviously make sure that we not only remain the best in the province, but that we become a municipality that really sets an example of what municipalities in this country should be doing. I also want to congratulate and welcome and thank Councillor Bonita Moos. Welcome to Council. It is really an honor to have you in Council, serving the people of Ward 2 specifically, and may your term in office, even though it's probably only about a year, may that be until the election anyway, may that be very fruitful and may you serve the people of Ward 2 with everything that you have, and I know you will do so, and make us proud from that point of view. So thank you so much and welcome to Council. The season period is on us also, Speaker, and we're really bracing for a bumper season where not only our resources will be tested, our infrastructure is always something that is very valuable to us, and that I want to also thank our teams in advance for the amazing work that they've already put in preparing for our festive season. I know that everything from lifeguards to electrical infrastructure to roads to everything has been running for quite a few months already, in making sure that our preparedness for our season is ready. Thank you also to Director Nomvula for working hard to get our 2 blue flags back up flying high, and proud of our 2 blue flag beaches on Main Beach in Jeffreys Bay, as well as Cape St. Francis. That's really wonderful, and really proud to have that back up and flying. And it's really always proud of that achievement. We are looking forward to a very good season, and one that just will re-establish our position as one of the top holiday destinations in the country. So thank you very much for all the hard work that is still coming for all those departments that are working hard during festive season. Speaker, our 4 main priorities remain the same. Our roads remain the highest priority because of the economic impact that road infrastructure has on our municipality. Our wastewater treatment works remains a high priority because of not only the emphasis from national government on water and sanitation, but also because we've identified it as a key priority that enables growth. If we do not have infrastructure in the ground that allows us to develop, then our economy won't grow. So that remains a high priority for us. Our electricity, for the same reasons, but also for the fact that we cannot just sit back and say and be okay that the cost of living to our residents becomes higher and higher and higher, and we therefore need to make very strong steps in making sure that our electricity becomes cheaper for our residents. And that's why we are very soon going to make a big announcement in terms of our electricity infrastructure and how that will impact our residents and the positive effect that will have on our residents. So that's very exciting. And then lastly, our customer care as the 4th one of our main priorities, remains a priority, as our residents are not just something to be taken for granted. We must remain the keep highest commitment in serving our residents and really serving, not just the taking for granted that they are here because they don't go anywhere else. Our residents are here to be served, and we need to continue to do that. Again, everything from our front of our staff to people picking up phones to responding to emails, to all of those things that makes us a great municipality, and we need to up our effort in terms of making sure our customers, our residents, are treated like customers. And valued customers, that is, as well. Speaker, we also have challenges as far as our province is concerned. As you all know, we received almost 200 million rand for the informal settlement upgrade program, which was taken away by the province and now only given over a long period of time. And we're now struggling in dealing with upgrading of our informal settlements. With the little money that we have and the money that we're getting over a period of time. We can't upgrade or build an electricity plant or upgrade infrastructure in over 7 years. You either spend a lot of money and get it done, or you don't. You can't do it, upgrade infrastructure over such a long period of time. And we are engaging actively with the province in finding ways that we can still make sure that we give our poorest of the poor residents the very, very best services that they deserve. And then the other struggle and challenge is obviously with our provincial roads in the municipality, whether it is our main connector roads that connects our towns, or whether it is roads like the Gama Road, where we stand to lose 1.5 million rand of grant funding if we don't spend it on the Gama Road, but yet the province is not giving us permission to spend the money there, and that remains, things like that remains extremely challenging. And I've been writing to MECs and we've been engaging with the Premier and so forth, and really hoping that we can get this this process up and running as soon as we possibly can, because of what I said earlier, the impact of proper road infrastructure in our municipality. Speaker, I foresee that over the next year, we're going to talk more and more about economic growth, about creating job opportunities for our residents, about cutting off corruption. And the fact that we are saying that we have a clean audit means that we do not spend money where it's not supposed to go. We do not spend money where it's unauthorized or anything like that. So we are showing more and more that we are a corruption-free municipality, and we will not allow any corruption to stand in our municipality, and therefore we need to take serious steps if anything of the sort sticks its head out. And that's, I'm really proud once again of our and directors for standing strong with us on this. I've spoken about basic services. I think that's includes our four main priorities, and that will remain our highest priority as we move forward for the last year of this term. And then lastly, we are taking a stronger and stronger stance as far as crime is concerned. And I was just this morning speaking to the municipal manager, who informed me that we actually caught some of the people that's stealing cables and throwing wires over our electrical cables and damaging our electrical infrastructure. We actually caught those people. We took them to the police, and the police let them go again. So they are still free out on the streets, and this is extremely worrying. Our crime in our municipality cannot continue to be allowed to increase, and we as a municipality need to take a stronger stance in making sure that our residents feel safe, that our infrastructure is protected, and that we have a generally safe municipality for our residents, again, because it has an impact not only on our livelihoods, but also on our economy. There's nothing that puts off a tourist as much as crime does. So we cannot allow crime to be out of hand. So we will be spending more money on safety and security than we ever have in this municipality over the next few years. And that is something that we're very serious about. We need to make sure that we work together with SAPS, with security companies, with neighborhood watches, with all of law enforcement, with all of these different stakeholders in our community to make sure that safety and security is and remains a high priority for this municipality, and therefore I'll be very early in the new year be making some very strong proposals to our MM and to council, so that we can take these very serious steps in making sure that we remain a safe municipality. Speaker, lastly, I want to thank everybody for all our councillors also for their hard work during this year. Thank you for serving our community with dignity and with the utmost servanthood. And I do want to ask that we remain that also during our festive season. May the time with your families, also for those who are taking a break, be very pleasant. May that be very special, and may you really experience just a blessed time away from the office for those who are going away. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for all the insight. Highly appreciated. The next item is item number 9, disclosure of interest. Anybody have any interest they need to disclose? I don't see any hands. Nobody's got anything to declare. Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, I just want to declare that I'm still a resident of the property that you feel is being invaded. So if in any case the property farm 319 is to come up, or what you call Papi's Fontaine, I am declaring that I still live here and I'm still unmoved here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That is not on the agenda today, but thank you for declaring that on record. I'm moving over to item number 10, statutory matters. We don't have any today. 11 minutes of the previous mayoral committee meeting. We didn't have one because we didn't have a council meeting in November. I'm moving over to confirmations of the minutes of the previous council that was held on October 12.1 from page 8 to 35. Any questions, corrections? Anybody seconding these things? Councillor Gertenbach. Councillor Gertenbach, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm on page 15 in the minutes. You will see that in the middle where we counted the votes, it was in favor 14 and in favor 10. I think that's just a typo, and they must look at that. And then on page 18, the question is just the ANC was asked to name their representatives on the committees. I just want to know if that did happen. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gertenbach. I did get a nod that they will fix those minutes with that error that occurred. And yes, I can confirm I did see the email where the ANC did submit their name. So it was done. Councillor Mbandano.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I see this unmuting iGadget is taking long to unmute. However, let me go to page 22, FED 6. I see there in that paragraph, it's written Councillor Bahanda Nanda. I'm not sure, did I now get a new Home Affairs name? Please, officials, just correct that one. The Mahanda Nanda. It's Baya Bakhat Marek Sukomi. And then page 32, there's that line, just can now I'll go down to Agajet. It speaks about litigation. Councillor Mbandana was speaking about learning from lost, there's a meeting lost high profile cases. I hope you get me. Learning from, there's a word lost high profile cases, only that aspect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The committee services indicate they will fix those grammar errors. Can I have Councillor Gartenbach, are you proposing the fixes with the grammar errors? Councillor Gartenbach, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. It's a bit of a problem. You can't unmute yourself, and when you try to, it doesn't work. But I want to propose that we accept the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Foley.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, I will second the proposal to accept the minutes, just with one more correction on page 9, at absent with leave, see the Cork director, it says their acting director. The acting word must just be taken out, but I will second the approval of the minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mbandana, is that an old hand or a new hand? Thank you very much. So, Councillor Peterson, I'm not going to acknowledge you at this stage. We had a proposer and a confirmation on it. We will move over to the next item, item number 13, reports of committee. 13.1, report Sarah Baartman District Municipality. We did receive minutes, but it was not in time for our meeting. I think their meeting was early year in December. So in the new year, we will bring in their minutes and the report from Sarah Baartman. Just some feedback on that. 13.2, COGA Audit Committee. We haven't had one yet. 13.3, Rules and Ethics Committee. There will be hopefully one early in the new year. We haven't had one yet. Then 13.4, Municipal Public Accounts Committee. We also haven't had one. And then I'm going to move over to 13.5, Municipal Bylaws and Policy Committee. And I will give over to the chair of that portfolio, Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm at PB1. Draft review of the standing rules and order bylaw. That is on page 38 to page 84. And recommendations is on page 42. And that the COGA Local Municipality draft standing rules of order bylaw be approved by the Municipal Council. That the approved COGA Local Municipality standing rules of order bylaw be published for public input and required by terms of Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 as amended, and that the draft approved bylaw be referred back to Council after completion of the public participation. Thank you, Speaker. That's the first one.
Thank you very much, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Alderman Benson.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I just want to talk on the definitions on page 47. And we must remember there's two kinds of whips. You get the whip of party and you got the whip of council, or you can call him a chief whip. So the first one, and we have workshops on 22 July and the 2nd of October, but we try to amend it, but even with a waistband now is also wrong. So I want to bring clarity to this, and I propose that we talk about whip of party shall mean a member of a political party appointed by each political party represented in council. That is a whip of party. And then you get a whip of council, or you can call him a chief whip, shall mean the person elect as the whip of council by council according section 41A, 41B, and 41C of the South African Local Government Municipality Structure Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998. So that is the two. There's a difference between whip of party, whip of council. So I just want to let us put this in our definition, Speaker. That is my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. We have noted your proposal. I would need a seconder from a councillor to second your proposed amendment. Anybody seconding this proposal? Councillor van der Linde. Councillor van der Linde, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, it's frustrating to you. You can't mute yourself, unmute yourself. I will second. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before we go further, I'm just going to give opportunity to the rest of the speakers on this item. Councillor Zana, you a speaker on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine, I think it was seconded by the latter speakers, the issue of the whip, because there's council and also party whips that are here. So I think the reflection is quite correct. Then I wanted to go to the, is now 3.3. Unfortunately, I don't have the page number now, but it's item 3.3 on this amendment, understanding rules of order. I just want, but it speaks to virtual meetings, Madam Speaker. My issue that I have there, Madam Speaker, it says that if you have an issue with your connectivity to a virtual council meeting, you must inform the speaker. What is this now? Is it a day before? And yet these things don't happen like that. I might experience a glitch, a connection glitch on the day of the meeting, but maybe it should read that once any council or member of council experiences such during these virtual meetings, they must inform the office of the speaker immediately, so that, because I know the IT guys can assist persons remotely when there are some of the issues that they deal with. But to say that I must inform you yesterday about something, to me doesn't make sense. Then maybe because when it's coming back from the public, maybe we are going to find expression on this, particularly when it talks to traditional leaders. But I also wanted perhaps to check, because I know that there's a COI and SEN act that is there, and also there's a role that they are also defined in terms of those groups, how they can then, indigenous leaders, find expression in terms of playing a meaningful part. Maybe the legal person can, Speaker, explain that to me in terms of the role of the COI and SEN leaders. Why perhaps is our policy or bylaw, the internet bylaw, standing rules of order silent on it? So because I think we must make a provision for that, because mostly here in the Koga, we don't have traditional leaders, but we do have a COI and SEN leaders that are here. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those were the only things I wanted to raise on this.
Thank you, councillors. So I'm reading you correctly on 3.3. You just want to add, yes, you have to check your things up front, but you also would like to add that on the morning, if you find there's problems, you can still get hold of the speaker's office so we can get hold of the IT. Do I understand you correctly on that one? Perfect. I see that. I'm going to give over to Ms. Opperman to just answer on the question on the legality on that one. Ms. Opperman.
Thank you, Chair. Currently, we don't have any traditional leaders or chiefs serving formally that has been formally introduced to council, serving on council. So that wouldn't be applicable to municipality at this time. Should that change in the future, Chair, we will have to amend the bylaw accordingly then. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Zona, you've proposed that we add that to 3.3. Do you have anybody that second this addition? Councillor Peterson, are you seconding this amendment to 3.3?
I am most definitely seconding the amendment with a provision also of the inclusion of COI and SAN prescripts within. Ms. Opperman is perhaps ill-informed, but it is a definite, it is not a when, it is a will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Unfortunately, we're only adding the virtual meetings. We cannot add something that we don't have yet. So as Ms. Opperman has explained, when it is coming into play, then we have to amend these rules. So at this stage, we cannot accept that amendment on this. So I take you for the 3.3 on the virtual meetings with the amendment there. Then before we go further, I still have one more speaker on this item. Councillor Kilishani, you are a speaker on this item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, regarding the review of standing rules of orders, I propose 3 specific amendments to improve fairness, transparency, and practical running of our meetings. Firstly, the speakers list must be shared. Clause 25.2 says whips must give the speaker a list of who will speak 12 hours before the meeting. So for transparency, the list must be shared with all whips. Also, we propose to add clause 25.2 that speakers must email the combined list of speakers for each agenda item to all party whips at least 1 hour before the meeting starts. Only councillors on this list for a specific item should be given the opportunity to speak on that item. For physical meeting first and virtual meeting last. So virtual meetings are a weak substitute for proper debate. They should be the last option. So we propose to amend clause 3.3.2. Replace only the speaker may determine that a meeting must take place virtually, with the speaker may only decide to hold a virtual meeting if a physical meeting is not possible. So virtual meetings are the last resort. So point number 3, this control of mute function in a virtual meetings. So in a physical meeting, I can call you out point of order without asking any permission. But in virtual meeting, if an administrator controls the mute button, I cannot do this. So this breaks the rules and gives control to each official, to not councillors. So we propose a change also and add a new clause under the virtual meetings. All councillors must have control of their own microphone, mute and unmute function at all times. So this is allow for points of order and participation in a physical meeting. So the raise of hands may be used, but a councillor might also be able to unmute themselves to raise a point of order immediately. So these are practical changes to fix real problems we have faced. So they will make our meetings fairer and our rules stronger. Nkosi Somlo.
Thank you, Councillor. I just have a point of order, Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I just wanted to make an example of how to call a point of order. I can get Councillor Kilishani can just press the red cross, and then that means point of order. So I just wanted to use an example. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor, you have given me now proposals. Do you have a seconder on your proposal? Councillor Peterson?
Speaker, I second the proposal or the amendment from Councillor Nkilishani that the rules must give clear indication in it that meetings will be physical,
Councillor, we're not
but
taking speech.
only
We're just looking for a seconder. So you are
I
seconding.
am seconding. I want to make sure you understand what I'm seconding. I'm seconding that specific provision that preference must be given to physical meetings and only, and it must state there, and only in the event of, and we must list the events of also. Then it will be virtual. That is
Thank you,
it. But I
Councillor.
am seconding that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mbadano, do you also want a second?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure it's still the draft that goes to the public, and I'm also seconding the proposal from my colleague. I'm sure Councillor Wayne raised the critical issues added to the points of Councillor Nkilishane. For sure, we are going to exhaust them in terms of this issue of we must sit on computers for meetings, which are really unnecessary. COVID is far gone. I don't know why are we still sitting on phones and laptops. It's just nonsensical. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Just to make clarity, I've got 3 different proposals. So I need to bring them all together. We have some changes that was made earlier on the virtual meetings, and then we have another proposal change as well. Do I have objections on all these proposals? Councillor Haystack?
Speaker, yes, I object to I think it is more productive to keep it on computer on Zoom. So I'll vote for that. We keep it as is, as well as that the administration control the mute buttons and so off because of certain councillors don't behave themselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, do we have somebody that's second, that they're not happy with the part of Councillor Nkilishane? Councillor van Niekerk.
Chair, I second Councillor Haystack's proposal.
Thank you. So what we will do, we'll have to go on a vote on the proposal of Councillor Nkilishane because I don't have objections on the first part with the virtual meetings and all of that, those amendments that was made by Councillor Zana and Alderman Benson. So we'll have to vote on the amendment proposal from Councillor Nkilishane. Could the administration please prepare a voting poll for us? Thank you. Councillor, I'm not going to acknowledge you now. I'm just waiting for the administration to prepare a voting poll for us. Thank you. Councillors, the poll appears on you. Please vote. Councillors, please cast your vote. Councillor, I'm going to give 10 seconds to vote, and then we're going to close the poll. Thank you for voting. So what is the outcome for Councillor Nkilishani's amended proposal?
In favour,
Yes.
12.
Yes.
Not in favour, 16.
Okay, so 12 councillors are in favour with Councillor Nkilishani's proposal and 16 are not in favour. So this motion to amend does not carry. From here, I'm actually going to go back to Councillor Zana and Councillor Benson's proposals. Do I have a proposer and a seconder on those combined motions? Councillor Mbandana, are you proposing the amendments that was earlier made by Councillor Zana and Alderman Benson?
I'm sure it's a historical hand. I wanted to deal with Councillor Nkilishane in an orderly fashion, but on fairness and so on. But let me perhaps integrate this and propose that we move with those two integrated aspects and then we move forward. This is still going to be debated by the public anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. You're absolutely right. Councillor van der Linde.
It's frustrating, Speaker. Yes, I will second it.
Thank you, everybody. So I have a seconder and I don't have any other more objections or proposals. Thank you. Then we can send this policy to the public before it comes back. Thank you so much, councillors. I am moving to PB2, Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Chair. Speaker, I'm on PB2, draft review of the Kouga Local Municipality bylaw on liquor trading hours. And that is on page 85 to 99. And the recommendations is on page 87. And yeah, you guys can read it yourselves. The last just say that the draft approved bylaw be referred back to council after public participation. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on this item is Councillor Mbandana. Floor is yours.
I'm sure, Chair, I want to make it clear that our community is very worried with the trading hours. I'm in Patensi, and the serious challenges when the loud noise, and that is not measured in our community, a nuisance that is becoming unbearable. When the closure is 2 o'clock, imagine when somebody needs to go to church on the next day. It has been continuously and consistently coming to my attention in the office by the church elders. So I'm sure when applying and the nuisance, we don't have from community service very strict measure and anything that measure the decibels in terms of the nuisance. I'm sure this issue of nuisance. Let me make an example. In your neighborhood, in the white community, if your dog barks excessively, it's nuisance. If your water gutters, just a gutter, net reënwater wat val, it's nuisance, and it's enforced. But now in our communities, it's loud noise, it's bash on the street. No, we can't build societies like this. I'm sure on the issue of Saturdays of 2 o'clock and this issue of nuisance, I'm sure law enforcement, I don't know whether do you have enough officials for law enforcement. There's something wrong here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I can actually get our director to explain the process on just that part, because I know the liquor goes with the noise, but can I ask Director Makalesi just to explain the process to report public nuisance? Director Makalesi. Director, are you present?
Yes, Speaker. The reporting of any nuisance is the same for all the areas. We call the call center and we get reference numbers from the call center and we attend from there. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. I'm going to give over to Councillor Haystack. You also had a question that you had on this policy.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On page 94, number 4A, the Ward Committee may not make any recommendations in respect of any application received where the premises for which the application is made is situated within a radius of 500 meters of any school or church. So that is problematic for a lot of small towns. I don't know if we can object to that or revisit that, because all my business premises are in that radius. So then the ward committees can't make any recommendations according to this policy. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to give to Ms. Opperman to explain the process and how all the legislative processes work behind this policy. Ms. Opperman.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the recommendations or by the ward committee, it only limits in respect of the if it's with the radius applications. But remember, the ward committee, an application is submitted to the ward councillor, and the ward committee obviously goes through the ward councillor with an application and give comments. Those comments then are referred to the municipality, and then we consider that in terms of the application. So the ward committee doesn't make recommendations; they merely indicate their comments and whether they support or not support the application for that specific area. I hope that clarifies it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Opperman. I think that clarifies it. I do not have any other speakers on this item. Can I have somebody that propose and second this bylaw to go out for public participation? Councillor Mbandana.
So I propose, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Haystack.
I will second the Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then this one will also go for public participation. I thank councillors for giving so much input. Then I give back to you, Councillor Haystack, for PB3. Hold on,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Haystack. Councillor Peterson, you went to speak on the item and your hand went up and down. You actually, on this one, a speaker, I'll give you opportunity as soon as the item is presented. Councillor Haystack, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB3, self-fund policy.
Then, Councillor Haystack, your point of
and self-fund
order,
allowance scheme, that is from page
Councillor Haystack, hold on a second. I was just informed by community service that Councillor Peter objected. So I just want to hear it from Councillor Peterson. Are you objecting to PB2?
Speaker, my hand or my point of order was raised a long time ago. That's how long ago it was. And it was precisely because the Councillor Fani said that his businesses are within that radius, yet he did not declare any personal interest when you asked. So I want him to clarify why he said his businesses are in that radius.
Peterson, Councillor
Yes,
Peterson,
Speaker.
we weren't discussing businesses, we were discussing the radius. So nowhere there's businesses.
What I say is the Councillor Haystack said his businesses will be affected because they are in that radius. Now, if his businesses are in the radius, he should have indicated there is a conflict. That's what I'm saying, Speaker.
Councillor, the businesses are in his ward, so he was talking on behalf of his ward, so he was not out of
Nobody
line.
doesn't have a ward. He's a
Councillor,
councillor there, but he doesn't have a ward or businesses.
Councillor, it's not conflict of interest. So what he said was true. Thank you. We have voted on this one, so this policy goes out for public participation, so it will come back again. Thank you. Councillor Haystack, please, could you please present PB3 again? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB3, self-fund policy and self-fund page 100 to 115. I just want to get to page 100. So the recommendations is on page 102 that the self-fund policy and self-fund allowance scheme be submitted to Council for approval, that the proposed self-fund allowance will allow employees to secure favorable contracts. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson.
Apologies, Speaker. Your administrators are making it terribly difficult. I understand why the Councillor van der Linde is also complaining. Even the Councillor Gertenbach, who is part of your constituents, is also complaining about this. But needless to say, let me get into the cell phone policy. I just need the administration to answer something quickly. The cell phone policy, it states that the cell phone policy be effective from 1 July 2025. Now, this means that we are backdating. And when we are backdating, it is for the purpose of giving back payment to certain individuals. Now, I've also looked at the allowances given to senior management, which I think is at the amount of 4,000, which means that we want to backdate and back pay back to 1 July so that we can give them extra money. Why does it need to be backdated? Why can't the policy become effective next year, 2026, if in fact we want to go for that? That is the first question. Then the second one, it says that it is not a fringe benefit under 8.1. What is it termed as then? Then the third one, it says that the cell phones will be for the and directors. Now, as a previous employee in the governance space or in government administration, I am fully aware that once you reach mid-management or MMS or SMS, senior management, then you get an all-inclusive package where you structure your salary. Now, it is my understanding and it is my view that all the managers and directors are on that structured salary. I could be incorrect, and I am yet to be corrected by this administration. Now, if you are on a structured salary
30
that has
seconds, Councillor.
everything, no problem. I see my time is flying, young. That has all of that included. My question is, how can they now be offered a cell phone on top of the allowance that's already in their salary to purchase cell phones? That is my other question. And then the last one was the cell phone allowance under Section 10 or Part 10. Who is that cell phone allowance for, and is it outside of the cell phone handset that will be given under 8.4? Is it the same thing or is it two different things? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Peterson. I'm first going to give to the next speaker and then I'll give back to the Deputy MM for answers. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Just wanted to check on the follow-up of my colleague. When you take a contract of employment in terms of senior management, there are perks that are determined in terms of the Act. So in terms of the Act, I just wanted to check, are we not conflating matters by introducing something new, so that we can actually know that as the legislation policymakers, we are not creating something that has never been done in South Africa. And definitely, if it's in accordance or outside the law, I presume we should stop it immediately, because it should be informed by a legal basis, and definitely by the Finance Management Act and Systems Act. Is there any for the senior management? However, if one is convinced otherwise, I'm sure I'll listen to I've got a follow-up question on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I give over to Mr. De Jager for clarity on the questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just clarify. Senior management, which is your Section 56 and 57 managers, is not appointed in the same terms as your bargaining council employees. That is your middle level management. So they have different sets of conditions of employment. In terms of bargaining council employees, conditions of employment doesn't include, none of the collective agreements include cell phones or cell phone allowances. So cell phone is a tool of trade. In terms of the policy makes provision, either you take a cell phone contract with the municipality, then you get a municipal cell phone contract plus the data and airtime linked to your contract, or you are on a cell phone allowance, which is then separate. If you get a cell phone allowance, you don't get a municipal phone or a municipal contract. In terms of the legislation, to quote the legislation for you, Speaker, the local government regulations on appointment and conditions of employment of senior managers, which was effected the 17th of January 2014 by a minister, then makes provision in terms of section, we'll come back to you now, section 40 of that same chapter 5, section 40 says a senior manager is entitled to compensation for the use of a mobile phone and data card for official purposes in accordance with the relevant policy of the municipality. Thus, in terms of the regulations of appointment of senior managers, cell phone allowance is not included in terms of the all-inclusive package. It's in terms of the regulation, section 40, and that is why the policy is applied as such, and that is included. Also be taken notice This policy was approved was amended a few years ago. And if you look at packages, benchmarking was done with numerous municipalities in Gauteng, in Mpumalanga, in Limpopo, in the Western Cape. And most of those senior managers are getting cell phone allowances linked almost to the same remuneration allowances that councillors are getting. That is a benchmark amount with those municipalities. And it is impossible for a senior manager, if you refer even a middle manager, to get a proper handset, connectivity, data, airtime for 1,000 rand. It is impossible. Thus, the policy has been amended to be linked with the current financial year, as it was not implemented or amended for quite a while. And as I'm saying, for senior managers, there's no it's in terms of the regulations, section 40, chapter 5, and for middle managers and lower staff, there's no provision in the conditions of service collective agreements. Thus, the municipality can draw up this policy for those officials to get this tool of trade or to get an allowance to execute their duties with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De Jager. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just a follow-up on the response from Mr. De Jager. He did not answer on the backdating to 1 July 2025, unless I missed it in his response. That is the first one. And then the second one, can we make an amendment to the recommendations in saying that we be furnished by the administration copies of the policies that he mentioned with the Western Cape, with Mpumalanga, with Limpopo on their cell phone policies before we approve the implementation of this policy, so that we can cross-reference where he got his benchmark from and as well as how it's being implemented there. That is the only amendment I would like to make to the recommendations, is that before we implement the policy, those documents be furnished to council, and then we peruse them, and then thereafter make a decision as council as to whether we want to implement the policy or not. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, one learns from past mistakes. I think in the Council of 2003 to 2005, led by the late Womboy Kurat, there were such incidents where officials increased their salaries. And then it resulted to back pays, and others resigned and thrown out of Gouga. Similar incident. You know what was the reason? There was no research information to the policymakers as us as councillors, so that we can understand what are we backdating, what informs that. However, perhaps I want to be understood very correctly. We as policymakers are not here to stifle any benefits to the officials. However, if things are not procedurally done, we will go back to the scenario of 2003 or 4, where many directors resigned at Gouga Municipality under the ANC leadership. So please, I second the aspect that Councillor Chief Ngonyama Peterson is coming with, that provide us sufficient information why backdate, and so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. So I have a proposal and a seconder. I'm going to give to Mr. De Jager, but councillors, we had the policy workshops and things, and it never came up. So all these things should have actually been asked before. So I'm just going to give back to Mr. De Jager. Thank you.
Could I, Speaker, yes, I believe Ms. Rousseau, when presenting at a policy workshop, did mention how it was done. Also, I don't understand. I think I've responded on the question of legislation. I've quoted the legislation. It is available. It is there. The law is the law. The law is very clear. So and then again, I think I have responded on the question of backdating. I said it's linked to the financial year, just to align it. So I think that is, I've responded to that. I don't know what to expand any further. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much for that clarity. Councillor Yali, do you have a new proposal or some additions, clarity on what Mr. De Jager just said?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I believe it's not the first time that we are getting an updated legislation from a minister. So, and it's not the first time, Speaker, that after that legislation or after we receive that legislation, there's a backdating. It has happened to us as councillors. It has happened to us. But another one, Speaker, that if it's a legislation, even us as councillors, we can go make a research. If we see that there is a discrepancy from what was reported to us in council, we have a right as councillors to inform you, Speaker, that we were misinformed. This is what we are reading, or this is what we are getting after the research. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Foley, your hand was also up.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, these matters were dealt with at a policy workshop where this item was introduced, where explanations were given, where thorough discussions were happened, and from the policy workshop it went to a policy committee that checked that all the comments were incorporated into the policy that came from the workshop. It baffles me that we now sit here in council and now we want to nitpick this policy where all the councillors had the opportunity to make sure that their comments and concerns were discussed and thorough feedback was given, and where the process was duly followed to give every councillor opportunity. And now we have to discuss whether we want to send it back, and it's wasting time of our administrators, it's wasting time of the councillors that is actually attending these policy workshops, and those who are not attending is now starting to ask questions. So, Speaker, I do want to, through you, ask that you assist to get the councillors who's got concerns to these policy committees. It's wasting all of our time. But Speaker, I do want to object to the new proposals that is now arising to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. So I have an objection. So it means we have to go to a vote the proposal that Councillor Peterson made. So can the administration please prepare a vote for it? Councillor Peterson, I'm not going to take a hand. I've already given you a question of clarity. We're going to vote on this motion. Before we go to a vote, I was just helped. I need a seconder on Councillor Foley's objection. Anybody seconding this? Councillor Stierman. Councillor Stierman.
A second.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to take speakers at the moment. We're just going to vote at the moment.
Speaker.
Councillor, please vote. Councillors, please vote. There's still a few councillors that haven't voted yet. Councillor Benson, I cannot acknowledge you at the moment. We're busy with voting. Councillor, it seems like everybody has voted, the majority. I give you 5 seconds for those that haven't voted, and then we'll close the poll. Thank you, councillors. The poll has been closed. What is the outcome?
In favour of Councillor Peterson, 9.
Yes.
Not in favour of Councillor Peterson's proposal, 16, and 1 abstention.
Okay, so we have 9 councillors in favour of Councillor Peterson's proposal, 16 not in favour, and 1 abstain. So this motion for the proposed amendments does not carry. So we are back, and the policy carries forward as is without any amendments. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Haystack, I give back to you for PB4. Councillor Haystack, the floor is yours for PB4.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. I'm on PB4, draft review of the policy of the standing rules and procedures with regards to disciplinary matters against Kouga municipal councillors. And that is from page 116 to 126. And just 118 to 116. And the recommendations is on page 118. And that is that the policy on the standing rules and procedures with regard to disciplinary matters against Kouga municipal councillors be approved by the municipal council. And that is that. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Nkilishani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we raise firm and outright opposition to the proposed policy on disciplinary matters, specifically regarding the punitive fines scheduled in clause 12D. This policy is drafted is not a tool for promoting order. It is a weapon of financial destruction that violates the principles of fairness and justice. This policy states that a councillor can be fined 100% of their monthly salary for the 5th offence. This is not a fine. This is a total deprivation of income for that month. It is a sanction so severe it can only be described as extremely harsh. We've already seen the injustice of this system in practice. We have heard it confirmed today that the councillor was found guilty on 10 charges in a single sitting under current and now proposed scale. That councillor received a 50% fine for each charge. That is not 10 separate incidents. It is one event punished 10 times over, resulting 10 consecutive months of half salary. This is not a disciplinary action. It is a process of financial suffocation. Furthermore, the situation is urgent and procedural fraud. This current fine regime is already under a formal review by a provincial MEC. So for this council to adopt a new or even harsher policy while the provincial review is ongoing and premature is disrespectful and puts the cat before the horse. Yeah, ma. Same meeting in, man. We should wait for the
Councillor, you
MEC
have 30
guidance in a
seconds
manner
left.
that is outstanding. But the municipality is already deducting this massive fine from a councillor's salary while an appeal to the MEC is ongoing. This is a blatant violation of due process. You cannot punish a person while they challenge the punishment is still being heard. It makes a mockery of the right to appeal. Therefore, I move that the proposed fine schedule in clause D of this policy be rejected and sent back to the committee for a complete redraft based on principles on fair,
Thank you,
proportional,
Councillor.
and
Your time is up.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to support this proposal and this policy just based on the fact that it's not difficult to do the job of a councillor. It's not difficult to do it and influence the decisions that council make. And you can do it without being disorderly. You can do it without making a nuisance of yourself. You can do it without breaching any code of conduct. This is there for when councillors act in a disorderly manner and breaches the code of conduct. If you cannot behave yourself, then you must be fined for it, and you must there must be consequences if people behave in an unbecoming way in which a councillor is supposed to operate. So there's been many changes that this council has made, many influence by opposition parties that have influenced it in a positive way, the decisions of this council, without being disorderly or acting in a way that is unbecoming for a councillor. So there's the number of people that has been fined in this council is far less than the number of councillors who's not been fined. Even in opposition councillors, even in councillors that is opposing the things that is decided in this. So it is not, this is not something to stick to hit some people with that
Mayor,
are disciplined councillors. Yes.
Mayor, could I just I've got a point of order. Councillor Peterson, what is your point of order? Which rule?
Atang Borman or the Mayor Atang Borman is misleading council in saying
Councillor,
that
which
we
point of
influence
order are you
policy
referring
changes.
to? Councillor, which point of rule are you referring to?
Rule 26. Rule 26. It is not. He is misleading council in saying that we influence policy. Every time you go to a vote, so we can never influence
Councillor,
policy.
Thank you for that,
never
but I
influence
overrule
policy.
you. He is not influencing. It is how it works. Council
No,
vote policies in, and it's the majority of council. Councillor,
me
please, I'm going to
incorrectly.
mute you. I have
He
overruled you. I have ruled the speaker. The mayor is not out of line. Policies are approved by the majority of council, and that's how policies get approved. Honourable Mayor, you were still talking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I can. There's been numerous inputs from Councillor Zana, from Councillor van der Linde, from various councillors in this council that has been different from the proposed recommendations in this council, from a point of policy or from normal items that are in this council. And then in opposing it, puts proper proposals in place and makes positive proposals and inputs, and then influences decisions that are made. You do not have to act in a disorderly manner to influence the decisions of council and to make positive proposals. These proposals, policy changes that we are proposing now in terms of discipline are for ill-disciplined councillors who cannot act in an orderly fashion. And those are in the far majority in the total amount of councillors that we have in this council. Only 1 or 2 councillors has been fined in this municipality. And those are the councillors that have acted in a disorderly fashion. So I don't know why this council should be held captive by 1 or 2 councillors who can't act in a proper way. So I therefore support this policy fully, because the majority of the councillors in this council, opposition and in majority, act in a proper way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Heystek, I do see your hand, but I do have speakers before you on my list. I'm going to give over to Councillor Zana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pardon me, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine on this, maybe we must state it as African National Congress component that we are not in support of this policy, because from our own view is that there is a code of conduct for councillors, which is Schedule 7 of the Municipal Structures Act. This is in fact, that one is a national framework which clearly states and sets out how misconduct, procedures, roles, and sanctions must happen. So by creating a parallel disciplinary mechanism, I don't see us going any forward to that. And I therefore recommend, Madam Speaker, that we reject this policy, because it's going to try and compete with the code of conduct, and it can be used as a witch hunt, because from where I sit already, from the input made by the latter speaker, the mayor, I can already know that what's the intention of this policy, and that will prejudice councillors. There is a code of conduct. Let's stick to it. There is no need for this particular policy. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. I have proposals that we in favor, and I have objections against it. So we'll obviously have to go for a vote. But before that, I still have more speakers on my list. So the next speaker is Councillor Mandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, all the people listening to our conversation as a councillor, I'm sure if we look at the fundamental part, you just remind me of the tricameral parliament of 1983, where there was colored, Indians, and whites. Now we go back there. Now you remind me of that scenario, because I was still matured at that time. Now, here is a process where we are a legislature. We are a government at the lowest level, which means the lowest level of the hierarchy, which means it's local government. Our fundamental principles of the Constitution, as I spoke when I did my remarks earlier, is a binding principle of our country. We are here to build a nation, to unify the nation. A nation that comes from where? Historically, we as a Black people, we are oppressed. We've got all those elements that make us still feel that really in this council, we're reflecting back. Where is the human dignity? Where is equality? Where is human rights? I heard Councillor Foley now, he was actually rummaging over us, and I can feel the impatience here. We are not class here. We are here as equal legislators that are voted in to defend the historically disadvantaged. And second to that, I'm sure that this is against the Constitution. Councillor Mpigilishane expressed fairness, justice, and all the elements of law that are violated here. Please, please, where are your values of Ubuntu? You don't know where we're coming from. I understand the sentiment of Councillor Peterson when
1
he
minute
gets
left,
expressed.
Councillor.
Oh, okay, our time is flying. In terms of the values, where I knew that we be removed from our house. We were renting houses. We needed even to be given pass and don't pass and so on. We are coming from a very dragon system run by white people. Now you remind me of that system where I lost school in 1986 because of the white rules that were there.
Councillor,
Now you are
could
coming with fines,
Councillor,
taking
could you
money,
please
robbing
stick to the
on
item?
daylight. Are you not
Councillor
ashamed?
Madonna,
Are
Councillor
you not
Madonna,
ashamed with laws? You're creating those dumbass laws here. Be ashamed, man. Scammed every year.
thank you, Councillor. The next speaker on my item is Councillor Peterson, and could we please stick to the item at hand and not deviate from that? Thank you, Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, we must take note of the fact that it can't be dictated to other political parties how they should debate unless they break the rules of the debate. So we are trying to change how the item should be addressed, and it can't be so. Let me start in saying that the policy changes that comes to the fore from this racist DA institution is only aimed at one, to promote and sustain white privilege. Two, to create avenues and access for whites to exploit our natural resources, which is the beach. And three, it is not to beef
Councillor
up.
Peterson, Councillor
All right.
Peterson, could I hold you? I've got a point of order. Honourable Mayor, your point of order.
Thank you very much. My point of order is also on Rule 26. Councillor Peterson, I'm not sure if he's which item he's referring to, because we do not. There's nothing in this where that he's not speaking anything in terms of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, according to Rule 32, could you please stick to the relevance of this item? You may continue.
What I'm saying is completely relevant to this item, because I was just saying that this particular policy change is not to beef up our governance systems and our administrative policies and administrative processes, but it is rather to suppress the opposition political parties and to keep, in doing so, keep our black masses oppressed in this racist
Councillor, 1
new
minute
governing
left.
system.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
I've got another point of order. Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, the council is continuing on the same trend. I mean, there's there's races from all our
Honourable
all
Mayor,
our groupings. Yes.
Honourable Mayor, which rule are you point of order at the moment?
The same rule
one.
the same rule that Councillor Peterson referred to, the one of 26 that he thumbs out. This council doesn't only consist of certain one racial group. It consists of all racial groups. And therefore also this policy applies to all. So this policy is not got nothing to do with what he's saying. It's got to do with discipline of all councillors in this council. And whether you are disciplined, then this council, if you are disciplined, then this policy doesn't apply to you. It is for ill discipline that this policy is there for. So if you are disciplined, you can do your job as a councillor while being disciplined. Like we are doing now, we are debating a point that is that we should, whether we should or shouldn't have something in council. The same applies. So if you are not disciplined in doing so, then there's consequences for that. So I don't know what the council is on about. This got nothing to do with race. Nowhere race is even mentioned in this policy. So it's completely irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, you have 30 seconds left to make your point on the item. And if you want to waste it on being racial, please don't do that. Otherwise, I'm going to mute you.
Speaker, you are cutting my time because you said 1 minute and then Harting raised with a point of order and now it's 30 seconds. How did that come about? Do I still have my minute? Speaker? Speaker, do I still have
Sorry?
my minute?
You actually have 40 seconds. I was indicated I've got a clock in my office. So you can start.
But you just said now 30 seconds. So, but yeah, let
Please
me continue. If
continue.
Harting could have waited, if Harting allowed me to finish, he would have heard the next part, which speaks of uniformity. The policy states to create uniform rules. Show me, and I want you as the speaker to show us as council when a DA councillor was ever brought before this disciplinary committee. I now have to approach the magistrate court, the harassment court, to bring Shanna Ruth to order because you did not act. And that will be part of the addendum that will go, or the appendix that will go with that application. My
Councillor,
request to you to take action,
Councillor, your
which you
time is up. As you can hear the background, I've got actually an alarm that goes off. So we set it, so we're consistent. Thank you for your contributions. My next speaker is Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on Rule 38, personal explanation. I just want to respond to, well, it's more than one council now, but I was putting up my hand when Councillor Kilishani was talking. I can't understand the big fuss about this policy and the penalties. The penalties is only getting severe on offense number 4, where it's 50%. The first 3 is 10, 15, 20%. Really, if you cannot abide by the rules the first 3 times, I don't know what else we must do. And this racial slang is absolutely absurd. It's not about race at all. It's about how you act and how you keep by the rules. So really, I can't understand what it's all about. You got 3 chances, 4 chances. Even it's only at your 5th chance when you get 100% penalty. And there's some of the councillors who make a laughing stock out of this rules and ethics and laugh and said that we can't do anything against them. The MEC is not responding at all. So we need these kind of measures, and there's ample leeway where you can.
Councillor, you have 1 minute left.
Finished. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Willifant, Councillor Glutlu, you're not speakers on my item, and I have objections against this item, so it means we have to go for a vote. So could I ask the administration to prepare a vote for us? Thank you. Councillors, please vote. Thank you, councillors. We're nearly there. We will have 1 or 2 councillors that still haven't voted. Please vote. No, 10 seconds, councillors, then we will close the voting. Thank you. Please close the poll for us. Do we have the numbers?
In favour, 17, not in favour, 8 abstentions, 2.
Thank you. I'm just repeating what the administration has given me. 17 in favor, 8 not in favor of the recommendations, and 2 abstain. So it means this policy carries. Thank you, councillors. Then I'm moving over to 13.6. We don't have any minutes of the Monitoring and Evaluation Committee. Number 14, reports back mini-MEC. MMC 1, Provincial MEMAC. And I have the mayor on this item. Thank you.
Sorry, Speaker, I missed that. Can you please repeat?
Mayor, it is the mini-MEC report, Provincial Political Mini-MEC Forum report from page 128 to 261.
Thank you. Yes, Speaker, thank you. I attended the mini-MEC that was held as presented in this item. The mini-MEC usually consists out of the MEC Williams, and a host of other MECs that we as mayors in the Eastern Cape have the opportunity and privilege to engage with. This specific mini-MEC was unfortunately not attended by any of our MECs other than MEC Williams. I was able to engage with him on several matters, including our ISIP and roads and all sorts of issues that we have in the municipality. However, there was very little fruit of our discussions of my engagement with him, which is unfortunate. I'm doubting the value that we as a municipality get from this. I have included in this item the presentation by the Deputy Minister for Local Government, which I did find extremely interesting. It's very self-explanatory, as you could see in the item, but and it deals with various things regarding local government, and as far as amendment bills are concerned, as far as DDM, council welfare, and the rest is concerned, including, which was probably most relevant to us, the white paper on local government and proposed changes to the acts relating to local government. So I thought that was, in my opinion, the most relevant and most important matters of the mini-MEC to include and to report back to council. So I hereby table this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, I did see your point of order that I don't understand why you put it up. We were busy presenting the item. I'm going to give over to Councillor Mandana. He's the first speaker on the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, mine is to express my gratitude for the first time we raised this issue of mini-MEC, and the mayor did appropriately respond. And not only respond by giving us a verbal report, attaching also the contents of the meeting or the session that was held. One needs to applaud such benevolent act and say it's much appreciated. We are going to move forward informed of what are the developments that are happening at the highest level. I'm sure, Mayor, Honourable Mayor, the issue that you are raising as your frustration is what also I, as a councillor in Ramaphosa village, named after the president, feels when we raise issue in Gouga. Now we are complaining about the MEC and the challenges we are get. What more about the residents of the whole Ramaphosa and Skral and others? Similar. So feel when you do unto somebody something else, emotionally you also feel. I can feel you are drained. So notice, whatever you do unto another person, you reciprocate to get it double times. But thanks for your report. It's clear, and we need to accept it as council. Other than that one of Sarah Bartman that has never seen the day of light for 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, you're the next speaker on this item.
I'm starting to question whether this council, when I say this council, I'm speaking about the one being led by you as the Democratic Alliance, really wants me to speak, because I'm being suppressed and oppressed in every way possible, even in the way I debate and even in my debate. You can't dictate to me how I should debate, but let's proceed in asking the Councillor Hatang Borman, what is Kouga municipality's position with respect to the white paper as a council? Also, that is the first question. The second one is, when did we discuss our position and input into the white paper and its formulation? When did we discuss it as a council? Because remember, you are leading this political administration. When did we discuss it? And what resolutions was taken to be tabled at this Minimac? I want to know, and with which mandate, what mandate did we as council give you to table at this Minimac? Because it's not just a question of going and sitting and listening to other people.
Councillor Peterson, I've got a point of order.
All right.
Councillor Foley, please proceed your rule, point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm riding on relevance. The item that is in front of us is a report from Munimeg. It is not a report from Kouga to Munimeg. So I think Councillor Peterson is perhaps misunderstanding the item. We cannot just grab onto words on a report and just start talking to it. We must see the report that is in front of us. It's from Munimeg to Kouga. That was presented by, as the mayor said, by the minister of or deputy minister of Kokta. So I just want to ask that Councillor Peterson talks to the item in front of us and not introduce new items to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Peterson, could we please speak to the item, because the white paper is busy in public participation and it's a national thing. So please refer to the document that was sent to us from provincial level. Thank you. You may proceed.
Speaker, it seems like the Councillor Foley likes exposing his intelligence on a public platform. Because
Councillor Peterson, I have ruled, please stick to the relevance of the item. We're not discussing other councillors. Please proceed.
No problem, Speaker. Like I say, he's exposing himself. I'm not helping him. But having said this, Speaker, I am asking, and this is the question I'm asking the Councillor Hatang Borman. When he went to attend the Minimac, what mandate did he take with him from council to go and do representation? Remember, he goes and represents us in discussion.
Hold on, Councillor Peterson. I have a point of order. Councillor Yali. Councillor Yali,
thank you very much,
order.
Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, once again, I want to also rise on relevance. Speaker, in our previous council meeting, we had an issue with this item where with a consistency of not receiving reports. Then the mayor reported that he can only wait for an invite. So later on, Speaker, the mayor got an invite. I'm not sure how were we expected to call an urgent meeting of a council meeting so that he attends the monument. So please, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Yali, to raise on the point of relevance. Councillor Peterson, could you please discuss the item at hand? You may proceed.
Speaker, I just want to clarify this. Did the Councillor Yali call me to order to ask whether the Mayor Hatang Borman had time to discuss with his own council what needs to be at Minimac? I just want clarity.
Thank you, Councillor.
The ANC Councillor
Your time
Yali.
is up, Councillor.
The ANC Councillor Yali.
Councillor, your time is up. Before I give back to the mayor to respond on how the processes work, I'm just going to give to the last speaker, Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I actually raised my hand. I was going to ask for a caucus, but I think there wouldn't be a need for such. But mind, perhaps let me get into the item that I wanted to discuss. Perhaps we have one must applaud the mayor for attending the MUNMEC, the provincial political MUNMEC that was called. Yes, I've heard in his remarks that the participation or the attendance to the MUNMEC was not as he was expecting. But be that as it may, Speaker, I think it's good that he attended and then gave us a report, because I think also we've been calling for this since we started in 2022, not count 2021. That let's attend these things, because if KOGA is not going to be present at such forums where we can liaise and raise our own issues and our own agendas of our people at that provincial level, we are going to be found wanting on many fronts in terms of being assisted to deliver to the people, services to the people. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, but I think I must applaud also the report, because I think it's a good document to read, in particular in page 66, where it speaks about the district development model. I so wish that KOGA might be part of the district development model, so that in any planning that is happening across, I know that there's an intergovernmental forum, relation forums, the IGR that is sitting, but I think in any forum where we are planning on how to deliver services, that we find ourselves so that it's going to be for the benefit of the people. Then the last aspect, I think, Speaker, we as councillors of KOGA, on the white paper, I think it's chapter 2 of the report itself that speaks to the welfare of councillors. Today, I'm going to raise a motion of exigency, precisely because there are some things that I think when it comes to the well-being of councillors, really, we are found wanting, because most councillors don't have medical aid, and yet they are expected to work in all weathers for people. I think so. This is a transformation on the and provincialization of the work of councillors. So I think I must applaud, and councillors of KOGA must really contribute to the white paper if public participation is still open. So I just want to welcome and note the report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those were the only comments I had for this one.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. Maybe I can give back to the Honourable Mayor that can have more insight on processes and what's happening at MUNMEC. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I get invited there as mayor, as all, I think 36, 38 other mayors in the entire province gets invited, MMs get invited, and so forth. So and none of them call a council meeting to go to a MUNMEC, to get a mandate to go to a MUNMEC. Just as we have IGR meetings and so forth, the MEC has his meetings and the Premier has his meetings and so forth, and invites people there. So there's my mandate is there. I'm there to represent KOGA municipality as my position is from the position of mayor. There's no mandate. I'm not there to go and speak to anybody on behalf of KOGA municipality. I'm there to listen to what the MEC presents and respond to that. So I don't know how it works that I should call a meeting before and then get a mandate to go and speak on something that I don't know I don't even know what will be presented there. So how must I get a mandate on something that I'm invited to? So I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. Councillor Peterson clearly doesn't know how the process of MUNMEC and the engagement with province works. So as Councillor Zana said, the white paper was very interesting. Two things that I found very interesting, if I can just expand on them. One is the funding model for local municipalities. municipalities, how municipalities should be funded, and I think that's something that we should have very good understanding of going forward as this white paper develops into actual legislation, because a white paper is the very first step of new legislation being written. So it's still very far from actual legislation, but I know that they are pushing certain sections of this white paper, pushing it extremely hard. For example, which is the next one that I want to talk about, the minimum threshold for parties that would gain seats in a council. So I know that Parliament is wanting to push that into legislation as soon as possible because of the local government elections that's coming up next year around this time, where no party, and this is the part that they are still debating on, no party that's get less than a certain percentage of votes will be allowed a seat in council. So currently the proposed percentage is 1%, but there are proposals for 2 to 3%. I know that a country like, I think it's Sweden or somewhere, that they're benchmarking with, they have, I think, a 4 or 5% threshold. I know that the ANC and at the national government level has an opinion of 1 or 2%, and there's various different opinions on the proposed percentage. But I do think that is a very positive and progressive legislative change that I think will make local government in general a lot more stable. And then there's a lot of other things that I can expand on, but I think as far as the white paper is concerned, those were two very interesting comments. And it wasn't for us to give input, it was for us to get feedback from the Deputy Minister, which is why I put that in this proposal. He merely gave feedback on the process at this stage. So I think that is enough. I think I've covered most of the discussion points. The DDM model is an interesting piece of legislation or legislation to be. Council welfare included as well. I think depending on the changes that DDM that's proposed for DDM, I think we should perhaps have a workshop on DDM as council in the near future once legislative changes are considered. Speaker, thank you. I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for the comprehensive feedback. Much appreciated. This item was for noting only, so we don't need to vote on it. Thank you for all the input I received. Then I'm moving over to reports of the Office of the Municipal Manager, MM1, and then I'm going to give over to the MM, Mr. Du Plessis, to present his items. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. First item, it's 2512 MM1. The item is from pages 263 to 288, and that's regard the 25-26 Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan. The recommendations are on page 266.
Thank you very much, MM. My first speaker is the Honourable Mayor on this item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Honourable Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to say thank you to the MM and administrative staff. I think we are making massive strides in terms of our performance, in terms of SDBIP and the implementation thereof. I think the reports in general are looking much better than it used to look, and I think we're making big inroads. Also, this also is confirmed by the AG's comments into our performance, and I think we are moving in the right direction. I do, however, have some concerns regarding specific targets, but I'll address those with the when we have our performance discussions and our SDBIP discussions in terms of targets versus achievement, and the fact that certain targets are annual but reported on quarterly and so forth. And I think the format of our reporting we need to look at, and there's a few small things that I think needs to be streamlined to make this report more accurate in terms of its reflection, because in its current state it looks like a lot of zeros, while I know that there's good progress on a number of them. So I think there's just a way of reporting on it perhaps can be looked at, but in general I do want to just thank the and staff for the work on this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. My next speaker is Councillor Ruth.
Thank you, Speaker. So just a request for next year's SDBIP, if the columns can reflect budget as they feed up from the departmental SDBIPs, the budgets per quarter, will also make it easier to give oversight to the KPIs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gluglu, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, I would like to maybe, as the chairperson of monitoring and evaluation, I would obviously like to put a 10.3 that monitoring and evaluation also maybe monitor the progress of this particular item, and then obviously will report in the with regards to timelines and what's not.
I think you're on the wrong item at the moment. We don't have a 10-point thing. Please continue. Councillor, you can continue. There's only a 10.1, so please check if you're on the correct item. Councillor Gluglu, you may continue.
All right, Chair, sorry, I'm battling to unmute myself. It doesn't allow, the system doesn't allow unmuting in order to continue. Perhaps some reconfiguration would be required there. Chair, I would withdraw my comment at this point in time. I think I'm on the wrong item. I do apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson, you're the next speaker on the item. Thank you. Administration just informed me that Councillor Peterson is not present, so let's see if he logs again. I'm going to go to the next speaker. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Did I unmute now? Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, am I on the SDBIP item? I don't want to be caught. I'm speaking on the wrong item. Okay.
Yes, Councillor, that is the item.
Oh, okay, thank you so much for the verification. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine is to ask, where is it now? I see that on the item itself, I just quickly want to go there. Is it now? There's a figures of 1,203 houses that could not get sanitation or connected. I just wanted clarity on that. Sorry, let me just go to the correct page, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence quickly, not using my minutes. It's on the body item itself, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to ask that a target, I'm on page 2, 265 provide basic sanitation to indigent households in terms of the approved tariffs as 30 June. I see the target was 7,111 and the achievements was 5,644, which means that there's almost 1,000 and something people that did not benefit out of that target. And I just want to check what will be done in terms of meeting that target of 7,000, because I think sanitation is a serious challenge in us in Kouga. Then there's an issue of electrification. I also wanted to ask. No, it's the issue of piped properties, residential properties that received piped water that is connected to the municipal system. And I see here the target for the first quarter was 22,366 and the achievement is 21,163. That is on page 263. I just wanted to find out, Speaker, in terms of that, what is the reason for us not meeting it? I see that it's still in the first quarter. It might be because of that, but I just want to check why did we not meet it. Then on page 270, I want to ask, Speaker, I see that there's, in terms of the sewerage and the USIP funding, the design upgrade of wastewater treatment outfall and reticulation, and there's the amount 1,141,258, and there's amount used, but it says there, I think the actual that was spent, it's only 16%, or is it 16% that is left of what is supposed to happen there? I think that's the questions I wanted to ask on this one, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Zana. I'm going to give to the last speaker and then I'll refer to the MM for those 3 pages, just on clarities on those targets and things, because this report was from end September, so they can give us clarity where they currently are. The last speaker is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to know on page 264 and 265, most of it in the column says this is an annual target and incorrect, reflect on the SDBIP. If it's so, why wasn't it correct on the midterm budget? Yeah, and then on page 268, the Angicher where capital budget is. And maybe it will come in when the mayor had his meeting with the MM. Maybe this will help and so. But at this moment, it looks like we budget for some projects, but we don't spend any money on that. For example, all the sport fields in Kouga, especially Luri, and there's about 600,000 budget, but nothing was spent. Jeffreys Bay, CBD, 1 million was, and then just go to all the Schuritz plants, Kwanozama, Ramaphosa, Thornhill, Apis Dry, Lemire. There's a lot of money allocated, but nothing was spent. If I can have feedback on that. And then my last on this is the Sekoe Causeway. We say there was 64% spent. So what kind of work is still outstanding there? And what was the total cost then of that Sekoe Causeway? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. MM, I'm going to give back to you, so maybe your administration can give answers on all these targets and some of them that weren't met, and talking about all the Sekoe things. Thank you very much. MM, the floor is yours to explain Q1 targets for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Speaker. We must just remember now we're speaking about Q1, and not all projects have actually incurred expenditure in Q1, because you've got to follow procurement processes, and that alone, just to get the appointments done, you're speaking about a 2-3 month process to get the projects on the go. I'm going to just ask my performance manager, Aubrey Kuchenberg, just to make some comments before we are going to hand over to Charles de Kock to give just feedback on some of the questions on the projects he's been handling. Aubrey, there are quite a few questions. I don't know if you just want to assist on answering some of those that you can, and then we can move on to Charles de Kock to give further updates and progress of what has since happened after end of September. Over to you, Aubrey.
Thank you, Aubrey. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard to the annual targets for access to various municipal services, where it has reflected a number, it has been reported like that on the electronic performance management system. The system does not allow any form of manipulation. So as it is printed, I just reported on the numbers. I am not too sure those numbers, whether it has been verified at any level, because I cannot verify those numbers. But these should ideally be in annual targets. So let me just get to the. So it does not mean at all that there is a reduction in the number of people with access to those specific municipal services at all. It is just that the figures given through it was as reported on the financial system. Then I can also respond on page, where is that 16%? So the actual on that sewage, the design upgrade, Western wastewater treatment works, the expenditure up to now was 16%. So there's a substantial amount of money left that can be spent on that project for the remainder of the year. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks, Speaker. I'll give over to Director de Kock just to come into progress on some of those technical projects. He's well aware of it. Director de Kock, you just want to give a latest, especially on the CEQI and just on the sanitation projects on the wastewater treatment works upgradings.
Thank you, MM. Speaker, yes, as to the progress on the various capital projects, I just want to highlight that this is a report that is based on and ended on the 30th of September. So obviously it's a good 2.5 months old, but let me speak to what was highlighted. The Jeffreys Bay CBD precinct, and I'm on page 269. That is an amount internally that we've set aside. We've already gone ahead. We've got the cost indication, making use of rates that are available in a contract. We aim to get that going by January 2026. And the reason why we haven't endured or gone for that was due to the influx of people, and we would want the CBD to be available to all the holiday makers. So everything's on track there. We aim to be on site mid-January, at least in January, so that we can spend that amount. So it's true, there was no expenditure on that amount. As to the estuary, this adjusted amount was also internal funds. The question, what is still outstanding? We're actually finishing off that project by Friday. There were minor works that we had to conclude, as well as the environmental reinstatements that we also had to do. And these are the finalization aspects for what we had to conclude with making sure that we comply to all the regulations. So the project is complete. There's some public participation that lies ahead in terms of just the management thereof. For instance, the height limitations, we need to go out in public participation to make sure that that causeway is indeed protected. Also with regards to the load limits, which we are proposing for that to take place. Then on page 270, the question with regards to the Western wastewater treatment works, the outfill and the reticulation. The project is well on track. Part of the funding was for planning. The consultants together with DOHS is on board. And there is a rollout. There was a delay in this whole process. There were up and down talks on the rates, but DOHS has indicated that that is the way in which we can conclude, and that's the way in which this is forming part of the progress. I have to add that because it's the first quarter, there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and then from there we roll out the project. So I'm quite confident that we'll meet our targets. Some of them are annual, and some of them will only be taking place as from the third quarter, the beginning thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Sorry,
Yes, thank you.
I think everybody didn't hear all the questions. We were referring to page 263 on the target and the achievement on the bottom of 263. And then we also were asking on all the other ones on 264 on the underachievement, the reasons for those, and then also on 265. So I think we haven't addressed them, why the targets are not achieved. So it's just on clarity on those. Thank you, MM.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. We must just remember that we report here basically on expenditure, not necessarily at where the work is on this SDBIP. So you'll have a much clearer picture when we present the next quarterly or by our half-yearly report at the end of the calendar year. That's for December. With what the progress is. What I think what we need to do perhaps on this report is just bring in a column where we just inform the actions that's already been taken, where we are with these things. So many of these targets are yearly targets, so they'll only be reported at the end of the financial year. When the target has been completed for the year. So some targets can be monitored quarterly. There's financial expenditure projects involved, but otherwise they are reported yearly. But I think what perhaps one improvement we can bring in the report is just try to somewhere just give an indication of what's actually happening. In other words, the tender process is completed, the contractor has been appointed, consultants appointed, the handover is this time or that in that period. Much of those will be actually reported also in later reports coming through from the different departments under their portfolio committees. Will give more added information as to certain progress of certain projects as far as that is concerned. But remember that the SDIP is basically reporting on the budget implementation plan, mostly on the financial targets.
Thank you, MM. I actually like that proposal. More info gives us as councillors just more clarity on the progress. Councillor Mbandana, do you have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my clarity is based on the very clear, crystal clear question of Councillor Machi, sorry to noem now. On the issue of Ramaphosa SUA, and this thing has been appearing for 4 years, and I see no movement in that one. And I just want a clarity on it. It's stuck on one place. Needless to say, you mentioned all other SUA aspects, which are going to come to the next point we are going to raise. I just want clarity on this SUA. Why are we standing in one place for more than 4 years?
Thank you, Councillor. MM, could I give back to you or your administration just to give clarity where in the process we are with Ramaphosa? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to give over to Director de Kock to just give feedback there.
Thank you, MM. Page 270, there's an amount of 197,333 that was allocated for the Ramaphosa SUA pump station upgrade. This is an amount that was allocated through the USIP funding, and as we all know, we were very excited to originally have received or promised to have received these funds. All those USIP projects, or most of them, are on hold, and that's due to the withholding of the funds. We are project ready. Consultants have concluded on the design. We're ready to go out on tender for this to actually be addressed. But due to the funds that we withhold, we are in a stalemate, and we hope that there would be good news that there would be funds available to address many of these that are all on hold. I think that's where I could leave that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and Director de Kok for that clarity. Councillor van Linde, you also have a question of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, maybe I missed it. I don't know. The signal was very poor at the stage. Did somebody answer the question on STBIP? Why was it incorrect reflected on the STBIP? And why wasn't it correct in the midterm budget? And then I hear what the MM say and also Director de Kok, what they say, but it seems on page 269 downwards, we have a lot of expenditure and with and the percentages behind them. It doesn't reflect very good when there's nothing on the other projects. So maybe they, like the mayor said, he will have a word with the MM to discuss this report, because like it looks like now, and it looks like nothing happened, especially on the wastewater treatment plants. And we know we are going to handle now a report of the public protector, and this doesn't reflect very good on the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Can I give back? Maybe Aubrey can give us just clarity on the IDP question of Councillor van der Linde.
Give over to Aubrey.
Thank you, Speaker. The SDBIP can only be amended after the approval of the mid-year adjustments budget by Council. So we'll attend to the correction or amendments to the SDBIP immediately following the adoption of the adjustment budget of January, February. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarity. This item is also just for noting. So I'm going to move over to MM2. MM, back to you to present the item.
Thank you, Speaker. The next item is MM2, and that's item's heading is designation of full-time councillor impact chairperson. And that report is from page 289 to page 293, and the recommendations on page 291.
Thank you, MM. My first speaker is Councillor Nkilishwane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the EFF, today I would like to object to the proposal to designate our impact chairperson as a full-time councillor under Section 18, Local Government Municipal Structures Act. In Kucha's case, the move is not only unjustified, it is a blatant misuse of public funds and a betrayal of oversight principles. Kucha is in Category B municipality with just 30 councillors, well below the 40 councillor threshold, often cited for such designation, yet we puff ourselves up like Metro. We already have a deputy municipal manager, a deputy mayor. These bloated structures already strain our budget, and now we contemplate another full-time salary for MPEG oversight that has been frankly non-existent. This is fiscal irresponsibility, squandering as governance. Public requests for probes have been systematically ignored by not
Councillor, 1 minute left.
But 3 successive, the DA appointed MPEG chairperson, nepotism and administration, meddling by former mayor, remember, Nikita's father, allegation of electoral theft against the MMC, dismissed tender, fraud claims silenced. These weren't casual oversight, they were deliberate suppression by the ruling party, MPEG shielding its own. So this begs the question, why does the ruling DA control MPEG at all?
Councillor, just hold on. There's a point of order because you're talking about something else. It's not relevant to the item.
I'm listening.
So please speak to the item, not about other items that's not in the item actually. That's not on the agenda. Thank you, Councillor. You've got 30 seconds left.
So the DA control MPEG at all. So MPEG exists for independent scrutiny, not self-protection. Hand it to the opposition, and by means make the chair full-time. It will guarantee robust oversight untainted by party loyalty. The DA cannot credibly police itself, especially when scandals are swept under the rug to protect allies' elevations. This position now reeks of a reward compensation to a loyal DA council.
Thank you, Councillor.
Who
Your
was
time is
sidelined
up.
while others leapfrog. Utini?
Thank you, Councillor. Your 3 minutes is over. Thank you. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Peterson.
Still not back.
Councillor Peterson is still not back. I'm moving to the next speaker. Councillor Mpandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there's nothing to do with the individual. Councillor incumbent is a very brilliant fellow, well read and well educated. It's not per se in person an attack on him because we respect him as an individual. However, I just want to mention to Ngadishani, if you observe when you mention the name DA, at least it's as if you are sending sparks, electrical sparks. Your time will be short or whatsoever. Let me go to the issue. Chair, we are actually saying that for financial prudence, if there's any perhaps better position to place Councillor Dludlu, go internally and discuss because he's competent. He was not supposed to be sitting in this committee. So we can't support extra financial resources to be strained on this one. Councillor Nchikilishane expressed all the rules and regulations and the standards and norms and so on. So we are in support of the EFF that if as a DA you want to reward him, give him another better position. Don't not put full time on impact. There's no reason. This committee sits once
1 minute
a month.
left, Councillor.
Yeah, when we mention DA, our time shrinks. The DA is rewarding. There's onnodig wat julle doen. Asseblief man, kom kring julle sinne net by mekaar. Get your senses together. You are just wasting money. Stop this. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor, for your input. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker on the item.
Speaker, the Councillor Madana's comments have now he's completely nullified his own statements because he doesn't even know who the impact chairperson is. I mean, he's part of council who elected the impact chairperson, and he doesn't even know who the impact chairperson is. So I'm not sure how he can make comments based on the fact that he really doesn't even know who the impact chairperson is. That's just absolutely ridiculous. So Chair, our impact position is what we're doing or what we're requesting is not something that's illegal. It's not something that's we're trying to hide anywhere or anything like that. That is, all of this is allowed by law. It needs to go through a process. It's still in the start of that process. The MEC must still condone it and all of those things, those processes. This is merely the start of it. It will obviously come back to council as well. So I don't know why councillors are scared of this. I mean, there's nothing that is untoward in this position. It is such an important position. It's such an important position for us as a municipality, this is just objections based just to object things is completely irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. My next speaker is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I am also rising in not in support of this, and I view it that the Democratic Alliance in Koga is now deploying all its people and they are rewarding them by putting these positions because it will be an indictment to the DA if they say this position must be full-time. It therefore means that there are things that were going on that were not supposed to happen because we've never received here issues of maladministration that were investigated by MPEC and MPEC was found wanting. To me, they must still substantiate. Yes, laws allow for a lot of things, but they must motivate and tell us in this item that why do they want, because to have a full-time counselor. And I also want clarity because the abstract of law that was quoted in the item, the body item itself, speaks to issues of councils that have 40 or more councillors can move to that. Because why didn't we do this thing some time ago when still it was Councillor Dludlu was there? He's no longer there. And I see that the available budget for this, it's 6 million. That could have been, I think the ratepayers of Koga cannot afford for another high portion for us to pay these amounts. So this is our cry, and it must not be ridiculed and seen as that we are petty and fighting because we are here to have serious oversight on how the spending of Koga is done. There are high positions that I think Councillor Nkelishane spoke of that were created.
1 minute, Councillor.
Our budget is being bloated, it's being growing forever, but yet on real issues of service delivery, we are not really seeing what's happening. So I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that we are not in support of this, and we are saying as people of Koga that this is money that Koga does not have to pay for another full-time councillor. Who's next going to be a full-time councillor? I'm sure the whip of council is still going to be a full-time councillor also. So I'm saying, Speaker, we are rejecting this item and we are not going to support it as the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker on my list is Councillor Dludlu.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm covered by the previous speakers. Thank you. I have no comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you the next speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm partly covered by Councillor Zana. Speaker, my query is why now? When we started in like he said, 2020, actually 2021, I mentioned that to the previous mayor, Mayor Hendricks, and said, why don't we get a full-time impact chair? And he refused. He said we can't. I have the same discussion when Councillor Dludlu was there with the mayor, Bormanatang. We had a discussion also on full-time for all the 79 committee chairs, and they said we can't. So why now? And maybe we can do it when after next year, November, when I'm the mayor, we can maybe have a look at that. But at this moment, the Freedom Front Plus also is not in support of that. And it's not about a person, it's about the way. Why now? I can't understand at the end of the term why a full-time councillor. We can't afford it now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my speakers. Maybe I can give you back on the clarity question Councillor Zana had and Councillor van der Linde. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. There was mentioned to the budget of 6 million rand. That is the budget that's total available for stuff. It's not the salary of the full-time councillor. Just make that very clear. Then secondly, council must also take note that we're making a concerted effort to to improve the quality of our governance structures. We've been working very hard and making sure that we appointing competent people on our audit committee. We need to still to do some further strengthening of impact, and we need to do still strengthening regarding to the corruption hotline. Those are measures that we want to into so that we can absolutely have the best possible oversight and governance structures in place, because that will ensure that we place the municipal actions and what we do on a scrutiny and evaluate them at the highest standards that we want. The better your oversight structures, the better municipality you become in the end of the day. Now, as far as the annual report is concerned, we've been making a considerable effort every year to improve the quality of our annual report. The annual report, however, requires a lot of reading, a lot of work. And the impact chair unfortunately has to do the brunt of that. And will have to, is going to spend many nights reading and studying the annual report and make sure that we eliminate mistakes, that we make sure that the format is properly, that we properly report on it. So the annual quality of the annual report that we're trying to work on is going to become more and more crucial, and we want to make sure we deliver absolutely the best annual report as far as that is concerned. But the hours have to be put in. Unfortunately, it is a big document, it's thick documents, it has to be put in. Apart from that, there are a lot of other reports going to impact as well that need good studying in questions. And so there's really the work of the impact chair is increasing to such extent that it becomes unfair just to expect a part-time councillor to run with these processes. The workload will just become too much for this person. And that's one of the reasons why this item has then been prepared, so that we can strengthen impact and make sure that we have somebody that is actually appointed to do and read these documents and be able to be put in the necessary hours to get make sure that we get quality products in the end of the process.
Thank you very much, MM, for that comprehensive explanation. I note that there is opposition to this, so we have to go to a vote. Can I please ask, before I go to vote, yes, Councillor Yali, are you seconding the proposal that you as the ANC not in favour of this item?
Thank you very much, Speaker. No, Speaker, I just had a point of clarity. Just want to ask, Speaker, when Councillor Dludlu was saying that he's covered by other councillors, was he referring to Councillor Mbadana and Councillor Zana? Thank you very much.
Councillor, he said he was covered by the previous speaker, so I presume it's all the questions they've asked. So anyway, so we can go to a vote. Thank you. Administration, could you please prepare a poll for us? Please, councillors, please vote. Councillors, there's one or two councillors that haven't voted. Please vote. Councillors, we are closing the poll in 10 seconds. Thank you, councillors, for voting. Administration, what is the poll revealing?
15 in favour.
Yeah.
Not in favour, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. We have 15 in favour, 10 not in favour, and 1 abstain. So it means this motion carry. It's the majority of council present. Thank you, councillors. Back to you for MM3.
Thank you, Speaker. MM3, that is 2512 MM3. That's the report of the Public Protector and Action Plan arising from a Public Protector report of number 2025-2026. That's number 15 of 2025-2026. And that report is listed from page 294 to all the way to page 406. The recommendations are on page 300.
Thank you, My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps one must perhaps start by saying, as Gqoga Municipality, we should appreciate, I don't want to use the word the whistleblower, but the complainant in terms of this to the Public Protector, Mr. Van Rooyen. And we should not, as Gqoga, look Mr. Van Rooyen in the eyes of a person who's fighting against the institution. But I think we should commend when people are standing up when there's things that are not going right in terms of the wastewater treatment works. And I think he's done a good job in raising this, where we still found. So that led to these findings of the Public Protector. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, I just want to ask a question that are these two current treatment plans 100% as of today operational? Is there any spillage that they still do or overflowing into nearby rivers or ponds? That's a question I wanted to ask. And the report of the Public Protector is quite clear, Madam Speaker, that there were failures by the Gqoga municipality, Gqoga local municipality functionaries to maintain the wastewater treatment works. So I want to check what concrete measures are going to be put in place to ensure that we don't get to this state of affairs. Also, Madam Speaker, I think in terms of the timelines that's being asked, perhaps that are placed by the Public Protector, I just want to check in terms of how confident is the municipal manager that all remedial actions, particularly the refurbishment of KwaNomzamo, which I know they are currently busy, but in particular the installation of CCTV systems, how strict are we sure that we are going to meet these timelines that are set? Then the last question I want to ask, it's on the budget and resource allocation. I think the given expenditure of this to date, my info might be outdated, is 46 million out of the 49 MIG budget that was allocated. So I just want to check, should we not get funding to complete this? How are we going to ensure that? Because there's work maybe that should still be done by the outstanding amounts, because we spent only 46 while there was a budget amount of 49. So what plans are then in place to ensure that if we don't get the resources, sufficient resources, what contingency plans are we having in place? I think that that's the only things I wanted to ask. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Madonna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me actually highlight a very critical aspect. We, as the African National Congress, as community activists also, want to appreciate the action taken by the respected member of the community, Freddie van Rooyen. I remember one time when Honorable Mayor Horatio said that at any event that is going to be a national event, there will be sabotage in terms of the infrastructure. And the name Fred van Rooyen was mentioned. And now today, may the skies of God open all his ways because he's exonerated. He was accused, verified in that meeting. And secondly, I remember it was 2022 when I raised the issue of Siekui in terms of spillage. It sounded as if there's a professor that says everyone is fine. Paradise Beach community members were swimming in Kak water. Now it's proven now that by the auditors, by the public protector, that really the Paradise Beach residents, whatever they were doing, they were swimming in Kak water. So I'm sorry for them that they needed to endure this under the DA-led government, hiding the truth that this infrastructure cannot function. I'm thankful for this report and appreciate the action taken by Fred van Rooyen and residents of Paradise. The state for Yellow Optus stand to prove that you were misled and you were misdirected by a council that does not care. Now,
1 minute left, Councillor.
Remember, when you mention the word DA, your minutes go down. Secondly, let me prove that to the fact that we had budgets before the 42 million of Minister Senzo Mchunu. What did those budgets before do? Before that, my recommendation was the African National Congress. The MEC of COGTA, the Premier, and the Minister must come to do an inspection in local, check all books from the time of 2016, the DA was in charge, how much was spent, and all those consultants, for what were they paid? Lastly, Director de Kok, as the Muchas, man, can you sacrifice and pack it, because you are really useless. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson is the next speaker. And I've just been informed he's still... Councillor Foley, we just finished that. I did hear you had a point of order. The councillor has finished talking. Would you still like to bring up the point of order?
Yes, Speaker. Speaker, the previous councillor kept on talking and ended off by saying that one of our directors should go, and using language that it's not becoming of councillors. I want to ask that the councillor retracts his statement against the director. It is not fitting to this council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Madonna, yes, could you maybe retract that statement, because in the report shows it's vandalism and all of that, and there was funding issues. So may I ask you to retract what you just said about the director?
My only word is I will never do it. I can't need do.
Thank you. Just for the record, you're not going to do it, councillors. So I'm also going to just follow some disciplinary process on that. Thank you for not retracting that. Honourable Mayor is my next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this is so late, this item. We've already dealt with this matter so many times. It's become a very bland song at this stage that people are singing, because this matter not only has been in council a few times already, but this council has acted. Never once have we hidden anything. Never once have we hidden even test results of rivers and estuaries. Never once have we put any nice coating over something that is been wrong. In fact, when I became the mayor, the very first thing that one of the very first things that I actually did was to close the Siekui River estuary, because there was at that stage a spill. Those we put out a 6-point plan and very specific things that we needed to do to make sure that we fixed that. That was in about June 2022. All of those things were done and fixed at that stage. So this is such an old song that we've now been sung. I would like the and or Director de Kock just to give clarity on some of the things that I've already done. When the public protector wrote these things, all of the things that he's requesting of us has already been implemented. That's how far we are down the line already. That is why I keep speaking about wastewater treatment works as one of our key priorities, and why we are spending lots of money on making sure that we do not have sewage issues at all. And that's why we've been singing the song. It is not something that is wrong at the moment. It is very old historical things that Freddie van Rooyen, by the way, also keeps addressing. So we can't keep singing all these old songs. And I regularly see posts of old photos that of things that was wrong in the past that now all of a sudden seems to be an issue, which is complete misinformation. So I would just ask the Speaker, if you allow just the and the Director to address some of these things, because if it wasn't for the and Director de Kock's interventions into these matters, we would have had massive issues. And I can assure everyone in this council meeting, including Councillor Mbandana, who doesn't know what is going on in this council meeting, that if it wasn't for the interventions of our Director and our into these matters, we would have had very serious issues. So I'm very sure that we are in a very good place as far as our wastewater treatment works are concerned, including where we are going with these infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I will give over to the I just want to take the last two speakers, and then I will give over to the administration. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the records, I'm in support what Councillor Foley said about the Director de Kock, so I'm in favour of what he mentioned there. So, Madam Speaker, I hear what the Mayor said, but we sit with the report right in front of us, and there's timelines. What I want to ask the the report specifically have a 30-day, 60-day, and a 90 days timeline. Are we up to scratch on that? Are we meeting that targets? And then also on the action plan, what the municipal manager sent to COGTA, we already have the 25th of November and the 30th of November dates. Excuse me. Did we meet that dates with our reports, what we said we're going to do? That's the CCTV cameras and stuff like that, where we're standing on that. And then I would like to know a little bit more about the pilot software programs, what we are using in St. Francis as well as in Humansdorp. Are we benefiting on that, and are we going to implement it at all our waste water treatment plants? And then the final one is, Madam Speaker, I would like to add another recommendation to say that MPAC must go and visit all the sites, especially Jeffreys Bay and Kwanezama, and then all the other plants, and come back to this council with a proper report that we can see what is the state of our water treatment plants. So if I could have a seconder on that, I would appreciate it, that MPAC do an oversight on all these plants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to give the last speaker opportunity, and then I will ask for seconders on your proposal. Councillor Nkilishani, you're the last speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We are going to comment on this item because it appeared on the agenda. So we are not going to listen to anyone. No one must tell us what to say here. Speaker, earlier today, this council approved the minutes of October 2025 meeting. So those minutes show that Mr. Van Rooyen litigation, the withdrawal of attorneys, and concerns over municipal legal exposure were already formally before this council. Today, we have the Public Protector's report, and now the dots connect clearly and powerful. Speaker, the complainant in the PP's report is Mr. Van Rooyen, the same person whose defamation matter and legal cost I questioned in October. The Public Protector further confirms that Mr. Van Rooyen is the one who opened the criminal case, strengthening his credibility, confirming that he acted to protect the public. Speaker, the question now we should ask to the did the resident of Humansdorp, Jeffreys Bay, Vista, Hange, Patensi, Luri, Thornhill swim in the Sequoia estuary while it was contaminated with sewage? Yes or no? Is Mr. Van Rooyen in the Public Protector the same Mr. Van Rooyen involved in the criminal and defamation cases? Yes or no? I want those answers, Speaker. Since the Public Protector confirmed that no sabotage whatsoever, does this not prove that Mr. Van Rooyen was the right from the start? And why did the municipality publicly attack him instead of addressing the failures?
Councillor, 1 minute left.
The senior official under confirmed long-term internal failures. Why was this not escalated to the political leadership? Now that the PP findings contradict the municipality sabotage defense, will officials be held accountable? Or must ratepayers carry the cost of defamation suit, yes or no? Yet the Public Protector, after a fully investigation, makes no finding or sabotage, not one. Instead, the Public Protector confirms the internal failures, non-maintenance and maladministration at Kucha West water plants. So, Speaker, we cannot call ourselves the best municipality in the Eastern Cape while the Public Protector details environmental pollution, governance failures, and mayors who ignored all obligations. Therefore, I submit the following actions: immediate precautionary suspension of the municipal manager. And the PP confirmed maladministration. The law does not allow discretion. A disciplinary process must follow. A referral of executive mayor to the Rules and Ethics Committee for failing to respond to the Public Protector notice and for publicly misleading the residents. A disciplinary action against senior officials whose testimony confirms long-term internal failure. Speaker, the Public Protector has fulfilled her
Councillor, your time is up.
duty. Now this council must fulfill ours decisively, transparently, without fear or favor. And now the Speaker, the most serious part. The Public Protector confirms that the executive mayor failed to respond to Section 79. So this is a constitutional breach, a failure to cooperate with the oversight board established under Chapter 9
Councillor, your
Constitution.
time is up. I do have your proposal. Thank you. Before I give to, I'm first going to give to for all these answers, and then I'll come back to the two proposal recommendations. So back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to give over just now to Director de Kok just to answer some of the detailed questions. This report relates to two plants, the Jeffreys Bay Wastewater Treatment Works, and then the KwaNoZamo plant. The KwaNoZamo one is was completely destroyed by unrest and by sabotage, and it's taken quite a few years to get the budget allocated and to get the project funded and executed, and the project is now completed. Then, as far as the Jeffreys Bay Wastewater Treatment Works are concerned, Jeffreys Bay Wastewater Treatment Works was never, ever in a situation where it was non-functional. I want to make that very clear. Secondly, the Jeffreys Bay wastewater treatment works have never, ever released untreated sewage. It has always been treated sewage. The issue around the estuary was around the presence of E. coli, not sewage, E. coli. If you do not know what E. coli is, please go read it up. It's very interesting to understand the function of E. coli in nature and what it is. And E. coli does not only appear as a result or coming from wastewater treatment works. It happens naturally as well. E. coli have can have many different sources of where it comes from nature, from animals, from animals dying in water, all sorts of places. So E. coli is very difficult to control. It's not usually only one place where it comes from. So the issue around the estuary, when we monitored and we found we have high E. coli levels, we acted immediately. Now, E. coli is something that happens in every single river in South Africa. There's not a single river in South Africa that does not have E. coli in. Yeah, then just quickly, just about the minister must be invited. We invited the minister and we actually took the minister to the KwaZulu wastewater treatment work. When Minister Mashuna was visited us, we actually took it and we highlighted it to him. We went there and we met with him. And we actually attended a meeting nationally where the performance was discussed. There's not only remember, it's not just only whether the plants are working or not, but also the whole management system around the plants and how you report and the green drop rating that you get that we have to work on. But then I just want to say, even though we've completed these plants, the work on these plants, and they are fully operational, there still remains some challenges that we will have to deal with that are difficult to sort out. For example, we are faced on a daily basis with active attempts of sabotage. Not by accident, by willful means, on a daily basis. I can show you photograph on photograph on photograph on the groups coming through me where our infrastructure is being attacked and sabotaged on a daily basis. Either whether it is attacking our pump stations and manholes by throwing in stones and rocks and whatever you can find put in there. Those are deliberate attempts to sabotage our municipal infrastructure. The same goes with our power lines. The same is happening. It's on a daily basis. This does not happen by accident. This is willful. This is a campaign by elements in our society of going out to destroy our infrastructure. And I'm not just saying making this up. I've got the proof if anybody wants to see it. We've been laying charges at the police one after another about these attempts of sabotage. That's a real daily scourge that we are having and that's a reality. Whether you want to, whoever wants to know it or not, unfortunately, that is a scourge in our society. We are facing that on a daily basis. Then I'd just like to, there was a mention of request for impact to go visit the sites. I would welcome that we take all impact members to the different water plants so you can see the challenges and understand what we are dealing with and the problems that we are experiencing. Then just regarding the request of making what has to be done on the plants. All these things have been completed and we call it audit that we have, a process audit. And the process audit have been completed for all plants by external consultants that have completed what needs to be done on all the plants. So all the recommendations, if you put them together for all the plants that we need to do, we need to spend 350 million rand to comply with all the recommendations of the process audits on all our plants. That's in today's money. So we all know it's impossible for the municipality to find 350 million rand just overnight to do it. So it will have to be phased in over a number of financial years. You cannot do these things in one go. The funding is not available. It's impossible to fund it like that. I just also want to mention this municipality has spent more on wastewater treatment plants the last 9 years than on any single other service of the municipality. The last 9 years, Kruisfontein Wastewater Treatment Works was upgraded and completed. The St. Francis Wastewater Treatment Work have undergone a massive rebuild and was completed. We've completed now KwaNoZamo Wastewater Treatment Works at the cost of 42 million rand. We've also done some major upgrades and repairs to the Jeffreys Bay Wastewater Treatment Works, funded out of own funds. We've also spent a lot of money in Hankey Wastewater Treatment Works, repairing and upgrading that facility. Projects that are on the go and planning for that is the replacement of the whole system in Luri. Further repairs and maintenance will be undertaken and is planned for Thornhill Wastewater Treatment Works. These are all according to our process audits that must happen. And we've done the planning. We know exactly what we need to do, what we're going to do it. The only question is now is for council to decide how you're going to fund it, where you're going to get the money from, so that we can execute those projects as far as that is concerned. I'm going to give over to Director de Kock just to give more detail on some of the questions that was asked in council. Director de Kock, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, MM. Speaker, I think the question was with regards to the current functionality. So when we start up a plant, there's a phase by which we should develop certain bacteria and sludge build-up. So currently at KwaNoZamo, we're in the process of building up sludge. The clarifier in Jeffreys Bay has been repaired. So the water that is being produced now into the environment from both these plants...
Director de Kock, just hold on a second. Councillor, I'm not going to take a point of order. We're busy answering questions, so we can't have a point of order at the moment. So I'm going to let Director de Kock continue. Thank you, Director de Kock. Please continue.
I was saying that both plants, KwaNoZamo as well as Jeffreys Bay, are producing treated water. There is an aspect where the sludge built-up has to take time, and that is currently taking place. So at KwaNoZamo, we did the dry run on the 26th of November. The consultants are still on site. There is an amount which was set aside to make available and to procure certain critical elements, spare parts, and that is in the process of being delivered. Then as to the measures, and I'm so glad the question came, what additional measures did we put forward to ensure or try and ensure that this type of vandalism does not take place? We've seen around KwaNoZamo, the area where this plant is situated is prone to vandalism. So the vertical way of protecting the site through those concrete slats was not sufficient. I think everybody, when we impact visits, I'd love to show them the Shukuma slabs, which makes this plant like a Fort Knox. Other than that, we've brought about closed circuit TVs so that from the process controller operator room, certain cameras show in certain directions, and that is fed through to on-site monitoring. Together with that, we've put up PTZs, the infrared camera, where we can do heat detection, motion detection. That is in the process of feeding through to the ICC, and we're waiting for the completion certificates of that. So IT is busy and hard busy helping us with that. Budget expenditure, the MIG allocated amount, we will be able to complete. We would not need any further expenditure to complete the original scope of work. And then on the item in council this morning, page 296 shows the expenditure that we went about since June for the Jeffreys Bay plant. So I also can confirm that both these plants currently are operational. The effluent is being treated, and we are constantly monitoring that. As to the process audits, that was a process by which we should start elevating the need and requirement for us to constantly pay attention to our wastewater treatment works. Meyer alluded to the fact that this is a high priority. It will always be seen as a high priority because of the status of all these plants throughout the country. We are awaiting the Green Drop report, and that would show the tremendous increase and improvement that we've brought about. So the process audits will feed into an RBIC application, and the made mention of the fact of 300 and odd million required for these plants to constantly be attended to as well as upgraded. As to Councillor van der Linde's items which he raised in terms of the action plan, the CCTV cameras is in process of being completed, and the completion certificates as well as the methodology of how they will feed into ICC, that is in the process of being concluded. And by the end of this month, many of these items will form part of the response report that will be highlighted and be sent to the public protector. Speaker, I think I've covered most of what I wanted to say in the item. I thank you.
Thank you, and Director de Kock for the comprehensive thing. I'm going back to the recommendations. I'm looking for a seconder for Councillor van der Linde. Honourable Meyer, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will second the proposal from Councillor van der Linde because I think that's there's absolutely, it would be of great benefit for Impact to see the massive work that has been done at all our wastewater treatment works and the work that is still needed to do so that they can indeed support our budget as well when we do an adjustment budget in January, end of January, as well as the new budget in June. And I look forward to hearing the support from all Impact councillors when we do put more money into our wastewater treatment works to be able to deal with the infrastructure challenges that we have. I would also like to secondly support or mention that the very same Freddie van Rooyen that Councillor Bandana and others have spoken about, and that was congratulating him, that very same Freddie van Rooyen was at the plant when the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation was in Koga not too long ago to congratulate us on the progress that we have made. So it's very disingenuous to make it sound like there's just doom and gloom, while massive support has been made. And I would gladly welcome the suggestion by Councillor van der Linde for Impact and whoever else wants to join to go and see for themselves. I would suggest that Councillor Bandana goes with to actually see the rest of Koga as well as...
Honourable Meyer, I have a point of order. Councillor Yali, your point of order, which rule do you refer to?
No, Speaker, I'm raising a point of order on you. The mayor is not seconding. You were looking for the hand to second. Now he's giving speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, the mayor can speak on any item anytime. So I did ask for a second, but because he's the mayor, he's allowed to give his inputs. Thank you, Mayor. You can continue.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm done. I second.
Thank you. Councillor Nkilishani, we're on the first recommendation, but did you want to, you had your hand up as a point of order, so I just wanted to listen. Yes.
My questions were not answered by the MM.
Okay, so you
I
had
asked
actually
questions
a
to the
question of
MM
clarity.
and the other one. They did not answer my questions and simple answers. I need
Councillor,
yes or
which
no.
Councillor,
I
which one
asked
was
if the
that?
residents of Humansdorp, Jeffreys Bay, Vista, Hanke, and Petense swim in the Sekui estuary while it was contaminated with sewage. Second question is Mr. Van Rooyen in the public protector report. They say Mr. Van Rooyen involved in the criminal and defamation case. Yes or no? That was the question.
Thank you, Councillor. MM, just a reply on those two questions.
Chair, I'm not the spokesperson for Mr. Van Rooyen, firstly. Secondly, the projects
He's talking
have been
nonsense, this one.
completed.
You are talking nonsense. Answer the question.
The
Councillor,
projects
you
have been
are out of order. Please give the MM opportunity to speak.
The projects have reached practical completion. I think Director de Kok has clearly stated the closing off of the final stuff, because there's got to be a sludge build up, and that takes quite a few months to do that. So for the Kwanezamo plant to operate at its optimum, there's going to be a period of where like a workup process, where the plants will reach optimum performance, and that's dependent on the sludge build-up that happens over time. So the projects have been practically completed, and I think Director de Kok have given that, explained how that works.
Thank you, MM. So, Councillor, your answer is no, and you have to ask the person that you were directing that's not present here today. Councillor Donna, I couldn't take a point of order because we were answering questions. So I'm going to move to the next proposer. So we have a proposer and a seconder for the first recommendations of Councillor van der Linde. Do I have any objections on this recommendation? Councillor Mpandana.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think it's disingenuous the way you are treated in this council. When we raise very serious and cardinal issues that are fundamental in solving problems of the community, I ask a simple question as to, can't we bring the Minister of Water and Sanitation, the Premier and the MEC of COGTA? I was not answered on my question. Now I must go to a proposal or non-proposal. I've asked a simple question so that it can be noted that after the 90 days or before the 90 days, because I was going to come with a proposal also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe you can give us clarity when last we had a visit from the provincial department. I'm sure we have regular visits.
Thank you, Speaker. I think Director Kok can answer those, but according to my knowledge, they're visiting us basically on a monthly basis. And the officials have been tasked to monitor us very closely, and we are engaging them on a continuous basis. Director de Kok, could you just come in and perhaps give more detail?
Thank you, MM. It's true that the DWS, Department of Water and Sanitation, does have a compliance section, and the compliance regularly visit us. Our results are also always uploaded to IRIS, and they have direct access to look at the results for both the water and the wastewater. I just in the week also had a message that early next year they plan to come and meet the new manager of water and sanitation and have a discussion with regards to the manner in which we've improved. So we look forward to that. We are always transparent. Where we can involve them in our daily activities, we do so. They have full access to all our data, which we upload on their system. So there's no reason to think that we are resisting them. In actual fact, we have a good relationship with Department of Water and Sanitation, and their assistance and influence into ensuring that also as a water services authority, we adhere to what they would want. So it is, we've got a good relationship, and they are constantly paying their duties to us as well. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Donna, you had a question of clarity. If you have more, you're welcome to write to my office. I'm going to move over to the second proposal of Councillor Nkilishwane. I need a seconder for what he proposed. Okay, I don't see Councillor Salani. I need a seconder for your proposal. Councillor Mbandana, are you a seconder on the proposal? Niselani?
Unmute me. Yes, uh, Chair, Speaker, yes, I'm seconding. Thank you.
Thank you. With a seconder, do we have objections on the proposal that Councillor Nsilani had, Nkilishani had, that says we want to propose that we remove the the mayor, and everybody involved? Do I have any objections on this proposal? Councillor Foley.
Speaker, I would like to object to these proposals.
Thank you. So I have objections. Councillors, I'm not going to take hands. It means we need to vote on this proposal that was made by Councillor Nkilishani. Can I just quickly take Councillor Zano? Are you speaking on behalf of the ANC?
Your Speaker, this is so frustrating. I've been raising a point of order since the spoke, and I don't think, and I want to go to the point of relevance that I'm raising. The is asked a question in this August House by a fellow councillor. Is Mr. Van Rooyen the very same person that is being raised in this? And the answer can never be, go and ask Mr. Van Rooyen. And you are condoning such. The is the one, is the accounting officer of this institution. He must know in terms of our legal reports, he knows who's there. How can he tell this house that go and ask Mr. Van Rooyen? What kind of answer is that? I think as the ANC will never take that, and we are in support of the proposal being made by the EFF with this regard. No, it's unacceptable to answer from him. It can never be. He must not be emotional about issues here. He must stick to what he knows and not give us such answers.
Thank you, Councillor. I apologize that your hand was missed there on a point of order. I think what the was trying to tell you, he cannot speak on behalf of another person. So I think that's what, that just some clarity there. You cannot speak on behalf of another person. Thank you.
Chair, I do not know Mr. Van Rooyen. I understand, I've never met him or know him personally. Probably he was at the meeting that I would have had, but I do not know Mr. Van Rooyen. So even if he is at the meeting or not, I would hardly ever recognize him. So whether he's attended the meetings, I cannot recall, and I do not know whether he's the same person or whether he most probably is. But I cannot give affirmation that it is the same person or not. I've not been dealing with him directly. I do not engage with him directly. So it's difficult. It's impossible for me to answer that question. I'm not in a position to do that.
Councillor Nkilishani, you've already had a point of order, so I cannot recognize you at this stage. So we are busy with your proposal, so we have to vote. I had a proposer and a seconder, and then I have objection on it. So we have to go to a vote. Please, can I ask the administration to prepare a poll for us? Councillor Mbadana, you've also had a clarity question, so I cannot take your hand at this stage. We will have to vote on this motion. Thank you. Councillors, please vote. Councillors, please vote. Councillors, 10 seconds, then we're going to close the voting poll. Thank you. Is the polling closed, administration? The results, please.
In favour of Councillor Nkulashani's recommendation, 9, not in favour, 17, and 0 abstention.
Thank you. I'm just repeating, 9 councillors in favour of Councillor Nkulashani's proposal, 17 not in favour, 0 abstain. So it means we cannot accept the proposal from Councillor Nkulashani. I am sitting with the proposal that Councillor van der Linde do, that nobody's got any objections on that. I just want to see, Councillor Badana, do you have an objection with the current recommendations that we have?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Councillor Nkulashani put forward a clear proposal as to what should be the line of march. And then you asked, as our chairperson of the committee, is there any seconder to Councillor Nzelani? And then the agreement was Councillor Nkulashani and Zela, Honorable Councillor Nzelani, Honorable Councillor Nkulashani was seconded. Then any objection, then the objection came from only Councillor Foley. There was not a seconder as to what's the proposal, unless I'm out of order. It's just councillors.
Councillor, there was a seconder. It was Councillor Nzelani that seconded that proposal that we voted on. Yes, so
then
I had a
you got
proposal.
one objection. You got only one person that objected, and then that was it. Just explain to me, Chairperson.
We
in
don't
terms of
have to
rules.
object objection, because I did with the previous voting where the ANC objected, we accepted the objection and then we went to voting. So we have voted on it. So. Okay, are there any other things? Can we accept this item with the recommended 10.3? Are there any objections on the entire item as it is at the moment? Thank you, councillors. Then this motion carries with the amendment 10.3 of Councillor van der Linde. Thank you. Then I'm going to move to item number 16, reports by the Office of the Deputy Municipal Manager. Deputy MM, I give over to you for DMM1. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is on page 408, Media and Communication Corporate Short, branded corporate clothing. The recommendation is on page 410. I table this item to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. This item is for noting. I do not have any speakers on this item. Then DMM, you can carry on to DMM2. Back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. The item is on page 416. It's the sponsorship of the career exhibition and skill development initiative, and the recommendation is on page 418. I table this item to council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker is Councillor Foley.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to applaud this project as we saw that when it was held last year here in Kouga, that it felt like thousands of young people came to this exhibition and were met with opportunities for them to grow themselves in education, to gain access to different work opportunities and to further gain knowledge about what is available to them. So I really do want to applaud the for us as council and the administration for running with this project. It is really something that is going to benefit everyone in Kouga, and even people coming from other places to Kouga to come and see about different opportunities. So a word of congratulations and thanks from myself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Ruth, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Speaker. If I can just request that when the contracting takes place with the event organizer, that there are very clear parameters of what the event organizer will be doing and how many exhibitors they're expected to bring. Because despite how successful it was, our staff had to put in a lot of work to bring other exhibitors in, and I think there was a few issues there. So we did well, and we had a full hall and a great World of Work exhibition, but we just need to be clear on what Nkanyezi is going to bring to the party in terms of numbers of exhibitors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peterson is the next speaker. Is he present? He's still not present. I'm going to move to the next councillor. Councillor Zana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I think I'll agree with the latter speaker, Councillor Ruth, who just spoke on the issue. But I would also want perhaps to ask, we are in support of the item, Madam Speaker, but I would just like to ask in terms of we are putting up I think that the budgeted amount is 250,000. Is that what we are going to be donating with? But the organizers from their side, given that they are not pulling numbers in terms of exhibitors, people that will be, because I see UNISA and all people that are being raised in terms of last year's or this year's exhibitions. But I'll really want to check in terms of us bringing the budget, what are they bringing in terms of financial resources? Because I've seen that most people that wants to do positive things in our area, sometimes they want the total budget to come from Kouga municipality. And maybe if not, it will not too much to ask, but we need to be accountable with public funds. And a audited financial statement at the end of this event, we should be able to get it from the organizers of this event. And what then happens if, in particular, if we say all these exhibitors are going to be there, at the end of the day, half of them comes, will we be able to measure the value of money that we are putting in terms of, because we want total exposure for our youth in terms of this particular program. So I just wanted to ask those two clarity questions. I'm not sure if it's well captured by those who are going to be responding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll give to the last speaker, then I'll give over to Deputy MM. Councillor van Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, the Freedom Front is also in support of it. And I can echo what Councillor Ruth and Councillor Zana said, and actually what Councillor Foley said. So it's a positive thing, but we must just remember by asking here for 3 years sponsorship, and we did previous had a resolution that it must come every time back to council, a year-on-year proposal must come into council. So we can't approve it for 3 years. It's a year to year. After we present the PAS report, then we can decide it was it for benefit for the Kouga municipality or not, and the people. So please let's stick to what we previous took a resolution on a year-to-year basis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Deputy MM De Jager, just some clarity on the two questions.
Good day, Speaker. Yes, for surely in terms of the agreement that will be drawn up with the company that the sponsorship will be agreed with, we will put in those parameters. The report is also included of this year's event, and so we will make sure after the report is after the exhibition has been done, we will report on what has happened, and we will also assess whether it was successful or not. We are going to focus locally. It's important for us to focus on local careers, also bring in people to see what is available so that we can build on the local economy. And we will also emphasize that with the company in terms of the agreement, what is the roles and responsibilities, what is required, that any such issues is avoided, as Councillor Roof has alluded to. Thank you. I'm not sure, Speaker, about year to year. I'm not sure about previous resolutions on sponsorship agreements on year to year. I don't know. I'm not at this stage clear to answer that as much. Thank you.
Deputy MM, I just hasn't had the answer for Councillor Zana on the sponsor amount. What does the events company also bring? Because obviously they also bring a lot of things to the table. I just didn't hear that answer. Thank you.
Can I just request, I think Kyle is in the meeting, just to give a response in terms of that, Speaker.
Thank you. Kyle, if you're in the meeting.
Hi, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Speaker. Yes, as DMM has alluded to, our sponsorship is of the value of 250,000. We are still in consultation with Inkanyezi in terms of drawing the full draft budget for the 2026 career exhibition. I can, for example, indicate as of last year's, the total expenses well exceeded 400,000 Rand. So it's by no means that Coga Municipality would be funding it fully. And Inkanyezi is solely responsible for identifying a capacity of 50 stalls, as DMM has indicated, focusing on our local entities. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for that clarity. Councillor van der Linde, do you have clarity or more clarity on the answers given?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the event organizer, is that a local guy, a local company who present this whole procedures? Is it the local people or is it outside people? And then just for the DMM, you can go and have a look and in our resolutions, that was a resolution taken by council. What I said about the 3 years a year on is based year to year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. DMM, I'm going to give you back. Do I understand that even though we say it's a 3-year thing, every year it comes back to council according to what we agreed on? And then after that, I'll give to Kyle that can answer from where this company is. Deputy MM?
That's my understanding what Councillor van der Linde is referring to, that we bring it back year to year with the closeout, with the report, and then council then decides to continue with it or not continue with it, whether it is feasible. That is the understanding what Council van der Linde has alluded to, Speaker. In terms of the company, I will just ask Carl to respond on that. Thank you.
Thank you for
Speaker.
that clarity. Kyle, maybe you can give us clarity on the company.
Thank you, Speaker. Inkanyezi operates nationally. They host the biggest career exhibitions across the country. I believe that their main offices are situated in Nelson Mandela Bay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Are there any objections to this item? Thank you, councillors. So this item carries. Deputy MM, back to you for DMM3.
Thank you, Speaker. DMM3 is on page 435. It is nominate alternate members of the Municipality Bylaw and Policy Committee. The item starts on page 435 and the recommendations is on page 436 to 437. I hereby table this item to Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. I do not have any speakers on this item. I presume we don't have any objections because all the parties submitted names. I just want to make sure that everybody is happy with all these names. Thank you very much. Back to you, DMM2 for DMM4.
Thank you, Speaker. DMM4 is on page 438. It's the Council recess delegated authority to the Executive Mayor. This is the same item we do every year regarding the Council recess period. Formal recess period from the 12th of December 2025 to 11th January 2026. And the recommendation is on page 440, going into page 441. I hereby table this item to Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Peterson as a speaker. Is he in Council? Still not on Council. Then I'm going to move to Councillor Mbandana. You're a speaker on this item. Councillor
Thanks.
Mbandana, you may
Okay.
speak.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. It's just an annual occasion that each and every year we have such moments where we should have the delegation of authorities. Certainly, we show that we actually are saying to the mayor that he should operate maximally in terms of the powers that are vested upon him by the legislation, with the limitations thereof that are given that he cannot change as per requirements of the legislation. I'm sure had we had another methods of monitoring, we could have been monitoring the performance in terms of our economics, the intakes of visitors, of implementation of quicker resolutions of town planning and so on, because we are having all the citizens of South Africa coming to Jeffreys Bay, coming to St. Francis Bay, Hanki, Patents, and all other areas. For sure, we are, as African National Congress, believing that he's going to open arms on behalf of us, of all these members of the community, and definitely whoever needs anything that relates to governance, there could be mechanisms and methods where those issues will be quicker and speedier resolved, so that whenever our residents from all over South Africa goes back, they find peace and harmony, and also the urge and the feeling of coming back to our beautiful towns in the whole of Gouga. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to, for clarity's purpose, give over to Deputy MM just to explain recess that we go into festival mode and all the critical services still continue with the jocks and everything. Deputy MM, maybe you can just explain the processes.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, basically the recess just means the staff, all our essential services around our offices stays open. We operate as normal. We have the daily JCC or every morning that sits and deal with issues. All the role players is there, including emergency services, subs. All the relevant role players is there. They give feedback where there's issues. That goes throughout the season. And that happens there. It's made physical or virtual meetings, depending whether there's a public holiday or a Sunday. And all our staff that is not on leave, mostly our essential services, is not on leave, as this is high festive season. We have you appoint your lifeguard, so the whole operations run. It's just basically council operations like your portfolio committees, your committees, your ward committees, your council committees, all of those type of committees goes in recess. And then when there's decisions that's required by council, it's delegated to the mayor, to the executive mayor, excluding that is listed. For example, mayor can't approve the IDP, mayor can't now approve the budget, mayor cannot approve a bylaw, but there is other delegations that he can approve that is relevant, that is required by council. And then after council recess, when the recess ends and then the normal operations of council starts again, the next council meeting, a report will be brought to council on all the delegated authority decisions taken by the mayor to ensure transparency and for council to take note of that. Basically, that's how it operates, Speaker, and that to ensure productivity for the rest of the recess periods, as we can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for explaining the process. Councillor Yali, do you have a question of clarity?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my question of clarity is around this delegated authority. Does it also speak to appointment or recruitment of permanent employees? Because previously we gave a person, we delegated powers here to a person while we were busy with festival matters. The person was appointing permanently a very close family member. So I just want my question is around that. So I don't want a situation while we're busy, Councillor Borman is busy appointing the sister or the wife or what. Thank you very much.
Yes, Councillor Yali, I can answer you to the mayor doesn't appoint people, HR appoints people. So no, he doesn't have authority to appoint anybody. He doesn't appoint. So just for that clarity. Do I have any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. Then this item carries. Back to you, Councillor Kilishani. Do you have an objection?
Yeah, I object, Speaker.
Thank you. Then it means we have to go to a poll on this item. Could the administration please prepare a poll for us? Please, councillors, vote on this item. Voting. Councillors, there's a few councillors that haven't voted. Please vote. Councillors, we're closing in 10 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, administration. Is the poll closed? Could I have the results, please?
In favor 17, not in favor 4, abstentions 1.
Thank you, councillors. I have 17 in support of council recess, 4 not in favor, and 1 abstain. So this motion carry. Back to you, DMM, for DMM 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll refer on page 442. 442 is amended committee membership, section 80, 79, and 79. 8 committees, replacement of councillor. As we know, there was a by-election and a new ward councillor has been sworn in, and the committees must be amended. On page 443, the recommendation starts, and it goes on to page 444, and the final recommendation is on board page 445. I hereby table this item to council. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I any have objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. Then this item also carries. As Speaker, I'm quickly going to call for a 10-minute comfort break because we've been sitting since 10 o'clock this morning. So could I ask the administration just to give us a 10-minute comfort break? Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a well-deserved comfort break. We are on number 17, matters dealt with in terms of delegated authority by the executive mayor. Number 18, reports of the portfolio chairpersons. Mayor, I give over to you for 18.1.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I would like to table the reports for finance and economic development, and it will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC Ruth, you may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Thank you, Speaker. On page 449, we'll find the FED1, the first item. This is regarding destination marketing for international trade shows. The first one for the year 2025 to 2026, and the recommendations are on page 459. I'll table the item, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Zana, you the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Where am I now? Okay, I think I'm audible. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I'm just rising, Madam Speaker, in support of the item. I think we do support the item, in particular because it holds something that is dear to our hearts as the caucus of the ANC, that when we do destination marketing, in as much as that our bait in Kocha will be Jeffreys Bay and its beautiful beaches, but I still believe, or we still believe, that it's good that all small towns will be included as a part of attracting tourists from across the world to our different areas, because that can only boost and enhance the numbers and also employment opportunities for our people. So I think it's an item that we do support as the ANC caucus. Needless to be said. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker on the item. Councillor Mbandana, would you like to speak on the item? Okay, it doesn't seem like Councillor Mbandana would like. You're welcome to submit questions to my office. I'm going to give over to the CFO just to give some clarity on Councillor Zana on the areas that's promoted. CFO?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, now the councillor has mentioned obviously that we're trying to promote all 9 towns. That is one of the changes in terms of the tourism destination marketing, that we do cover all towns. We do believe that there are activities and interests and important attractions in all 9 towns, and we're not only focusing on the 3 main as a core, even though we do know internationally and nationally that the 3 drives tourists in. But once they're in, we definitely are promoting the all 9 towns. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I also would like to support this item. Obviously, tourism plays a huge role in our local economy, and we have to continue to grow from that point of view as well. And we as a municipality, while we don't play a role directly as far as things like agriculture and fishing industry and those things are concerned, we do play a lot more direct role as far as tourism is concerned. And we therefore do need to make sure that we do everything that we can to make our tourism industry as successful as possible. And speaking to some of our tourist operations in town, it has become clear that more and more international visitors are in fact visiting Coega municipality, for whether it's for golfing or off-roading in the Baviaanskloof or for surfing or for whatever it is. And that's something that is really wonderful to see. I would like to, based on that, like to add 2 recommendations, if you allow me. One, recommendation 10.3, that a specific method to be implemented or explored to actually measure the impact of the success of these roadshows in terms of somehow where we can measure what we currently get in terms of tourism, what economic injections we currently get versus what we get, if we can compare that to what we will be, the numbers we'll be getting in next year this time, for example, or however we are able to monitor the value for money that we're getting. So I'll word it nicely in 10.3, but that's one recommendation. Then second recommendation 10.4, that the CFO speaks about in the background on page 449. He speaks about the integrated economic growth strategy as well as the tourism plan, that both those be submitted to the portfolio meeting for finance and economic development when it takes place in February. First, the portfolio meetings that takes place in February, that be tabled to the portfolio committee, please. So those are the 2 recommendations. 10.3, that a monitoring tool be implemented to be able to track value for money, and 10.4, that those 2 reports or plans be tabled to the next portfolio meeting in February. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. That was a proposal. Do I have a seconder before I give to Councilman Mandana, because he's a speaker on this item? Councillor Ruth.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the proposal of Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mandana, you still the speaker on this item. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure the Mayor covered when he said that there should be an additional aspects in terms of the recommendation, I think item 0.4, which actually says that this issue needs to go to the portfolio committee. However, Chair, I would also urge and request, because our benchmark is actually determined by the arrivals on airports or arrival by virtue of car. Let me make an example, Bavians Mega Reserve. All those people, it just gobsmacks me. They come to Patense via town and then to Bavians, and so they know nothing about our township. For instance, at Centerton, they go via, there's no entrance at Sarah Bartman. I'm sure let's repackage our communities. Chair, I'm pleading with you. We are coming from a disadvantaged background, but South Africa is unique. Go to Soweto. I'll be in Soweto very quick. When you go to Vilakazi, you'll see an open bus with all tourists going to Mandela, to Zisulu, all the other places. On daily basis, they're sitting, whilst everyone is afraid of Johannesburg. In town, there's an open bus, whilst we know all of you in Coega, none of you will just go to the central and walk on foot here. But I know, yeah, there's an open bus, all tourists are coming around. There should be a package method where we actually benefiting the Black communities. I'm urging on that one, please. All these shows actually will be done for benefiting the same affluent people. Let's do Ubuntu, Menslegate, Boer 2. Let's do something that relates. Please, when you sit in that portfolio committee, put that word first, Ubuntu, Mense, those, and put a beautiful word you love, Mayor, poor. And then I'll judge you by the next coming December. Whether did you implement only the two words, Ubuntu and then poor, measuring what you are saying about this tourism, eco-tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for your input. Okay, I would like to know if there's any objections on the 10.3 and 10.4 that the mayor did. Okay, I don't have any objections. Do I have any objections on the amended recommendations on the item? Thank you, Council. Then this item carries. Councillor Roux, back to you to FED 2.
Thank you, Speaker. I just need to get to my page. It's the adjustment budget items on page 467, FED 2. So it's the adjustment budget for the 24-25 MDRG grant, which is the rollover on the MDRG, and then other adjustments in terms of our own spending. The recommendations are on page 469. Thank you, Speaker. I table the item.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Peterson. He's still not in the meeting. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just perhaps I just want one clarity in terms of the adjustment. Is it only because of the disaster fund that has been not spent? I just wanted clarity around that. And be that as it may, Speaker, I know that also in terms of that each and every funding has its own requirements in order for us to spend. But we would also want perhaps to ask the question that in terms of disasters that occurred this financial year in Kouga, was there nowhere that the funding could have been spent in various disasters in Kouga or disaster mitigation measures? But I think when we get to the Thailand excursion, I will be able perhaps to say that perhaps this fund should have been used more to deal with what those delegation have learned when they went in to Thailand. But those were only the comments I have. Clarities, I might come back if I'm afforded an opportunity of clarity, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's just an adjustment. Chair, I'm not sure. Remember when one gets the element of being frustrated. In 2022, on the issue of disaster, I raised on Stearman's there's a clue of water ran into the house of Mama Martini. The 3-room was a half dam. She needed to be wheelchair lifted through a window. And definitely thereafter, a delegation of engineers with Mr. Peter Felix arrived. You know, the pastor that says in the next verse said,
Councillor, which page are you
I'm going
referring
to adjustment. But Chair, hoekom moet ons nou dummies gesê raak, moet ons sê petite sê, we want to give introduction to our item. Why should we be like zombies? We are here for the African National Congress.
Badana, just sorry to stop you there. Just on which page are you referring to on the item?
Is it not the adjustment budget on disaster unspent?
Yes, it's the adjustment budget. I'm just want to find the page you're referring to.
467 to, is it not 467 to? I think 467 to 470.
Yeah, but which page are you, which item are you?
I'm going on to the unspent amount of money in all other projects that are listed there, but I can't
Okay.
open it because I'm using the gadget. Chair,
Okay.
I'm just raising that in our areas, we will be raising issues where stormwater floods our communities. It's business as usual. And you look at terms of that template index, you will see areas where there's continuous expenditure. I'll make an example, Donkerhoek. It's a famous one to me. Ek weet nie wanneer geraak jy nou ligte hoek, you know. All funds are going there. I'm asking, do we do a blow by blow, word by word to check under any disasters that we can mitigate against the community, so that we can say that this is an adjustment that addresses issues and needs? Because this same
Councillor, just a second. I've got a point of order. Councillor Ruth. Oh, it is Councillor Foley first.
Chairperson, I'm rising on relevance. The item talks about the adjustment budget for the disaster grants. It's money that is given to the municipality in itemized projects by COGTA, and we have to spend according to the projects that is approved. The councillor is now mentioning things of Donkerhoek and all other places that is not on the item. So I just want to ask that he talks to the relevant information, please. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Councillor Mbandana, Councillor Foley is 100% right. That's why I asked on which page you are. I think you're confusing with new IDP and new items that's not discussed here today. So we're just discussing the items at hand. So you may continue if you have questions on the items on hand. Thank you, Councillor.
My question is that I know in terms of this money, if we say ring fence and let's secure it, it's going to be bus and class situation again. And all issues that are raised, that are relevant in our communities. Thanks God, Stovholk is no longer there. But our communities are having long outstanding issues of disaster. But I'm raising this on this issue that I feel very reluctant to support this adjustment because it resonates nothing with challenges that are historical in our communities, as if our people are not residents of Koga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I think you misunderstand. These are already approved projects. So we're not talking about projects that's not on the list. I'm actually, I'm going to give to Councillor Roof to explain, and if we need more the further explanation, I can give to the CFO to just explain how these items get to our adjustment budget and what they mean. Councillor Roof, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. It was to object as well because I was also questioning relevance, and despite your guidance, the councillor continued on exactly the same track. But I think yes, it is a misunderstanding. These were specific events that caused problems during specific disasters. And they were applied for and budget was given to it. Areas that regularly flood are not the result of an immediate disaster. And yes, we need to pay attention for them. The communities need to make sure they're on their IDP, etc. The roads program is fixing a lot of the storm water issues. We know we're not perfect. There are still many outstanding issues, and we'll get to them. But this relates to the budget as it was from National Treasury for those specific items, and then looking at our other internally fund capital projects, moving money to those. So being very transparent about where we are putting the capital budget that is now slightly different from what was tabled in the original budget. But I hear the councillor's call in terms of people who are battling with stormwaters overflowing and low areas, etc. We are aware that those are issues for many communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Roof. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just I just wanted to highlight perhaps that there's a specific budget that we're now adjusting to be able to make electricity available for the residents of London in Ocean View. And I am very thankful for that and really happy about that. I think this is a huge win for the people of Ocean View, who have not had any legal electricity ever, and will now, because of this decision that we're going to make today, will have electricity available. So that's a huge win, as well as obviously the other things that we are moving money towards or receiving money for to move towards. But that specifically is for me a massive highlight in this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. CFO, I don't know if you would like to add some additional info just to give the councillor some clarity on projects and things and rollovers.
Thank you, Speaker. So this funds was received in April 2025, and with that we were forced to apply for a rollover as per COCTA and obviously Treasury. The outcome of the rollover normally comes in November, which it did. And we obviously have to bring it to council then to bring the budget formally on board. And that's this item to now bring the budget in, subsequent to Treasury approving the rollover of the disaster funds. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor, I hope that Mandana gives you some clarity on the questions you had. Do I have objections on the item? Thank you, councillors. Then this adjustment carries. MMC Ruth, back to you for FED 3.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on page 471 for FED 3. It's the supply chain management section 36 deviations for the month of October 2025, with the recommendations on 473. I table the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Peterson. Is he back in the meeting? He's not in the meeting. My second speaker is Councillor Nkilishani. Councillor Nkilishani. Councillor, I'm going to move to Councillor Mbandana. You're the next speaker on the item. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker. Councillor, I'm going to move then to the next speaker. I'll come back to the other two speakers. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Freedom Front Plus note this report but not approve it. So from our side, the deviations is a lot. I understand in some departments they must deviate, but we don't approve it. We note the report but don't approve it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkilishani. Councillor Mbandana.
Honorable Chair, in terms of the deviations, I think we've always been expressing our disapproval in terms of the deviation. Short in a nutshell, Chair, we as the African National Congress also stand firm in disapproving, not approving the deviation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, firstly, this meeting has become very progressive. I don't know where Councillor Peterson is, but I'm sad that he's missing this, but the horse is now bolted. I'm hoping that he can could have joined to see how progressive this meeting is now. Anyway, Speaker, this I welcome this this report. If Council will put their memory back a few months or even years, we used to have deviations of quite a few pages, and this is now down to only 7 deviations during this period of time, which is 2.5 pages, 1.5 pages. It is an incredible improvement in terms of our financial processes. Not that deviations is wrong. Deviations is a legal process that is practiced throughout municipalities across the country and is a legal supply chain process. I mean, there's nothing wrong with deviations, but we do, and we have expressed concerns with a number of deviations over a long period of time. And I think our CFO and and all the staff that is involved with the different departments have made a huge improvement in terms of making sure that we plan properly, that we get processes in place, and not deviate unless critically important or critically urgent or any of the other prescribed criteria for deviations. So I want to thank everybody, all our directors, for the massive work that they have done in reducing the number of deviations, and just welcome this report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I have objections on this item, so we have to vote on this item for the deviations. Could I ask the administration to prepare a voting poll for us? Thank you. Councillors, please vote. Please vote, councillors. We're going to close the poll soon. Councillors, the polling closes in 10 seconds. Thank you, administration. What was the outcome?
17 in favor, 7 not in favor, 0 abstentions.
Okay, council, 17 councillors in favour of the deviations, 7 not in favour, and 0 abstain. So this item carries. Thank you very much. Back to you, MMC Roo, for FED 4.
Thank you, Speaker. On FED 4, which is on page 476, these are the recommendations that come from the Development Charges Committee, what used to be called Augmentation. And this is on a development plan for R4169 Humansdorp called Spekboom Court. And there are recommendations on page 479, which needs some careful attention. Thank you, Speaker. Table the item.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to check, Madam Speaker, because we are quite concerned about developers, given that our infrastructure in Humansdorp, it's aging, in particular when it comes to, because I think this is actually being built or the intention is to build accommodation or property for people, to house people. So I'm very, very worried with the state of infrastructure in Humansdorp, where the upfront payments as dictated by our augmentation policy could have assisted us in terms of with our own infrastructure in the area, because if we were to get the funding, if we were to look at the amounts there, it says there's a lot that can be done, but now the developers are there now cornering us in a way that, if I may put it to that, making their issue or our urgency that we must now run and do it. And I'm worried that we might create a precedent or set a precedent here where all people would want to just be given preference in terms of this. That's my worry about this. So my clarity therefore, Madam Speaker, here is, are we not perhaps creating something that will be a problem for us? Because some developers, whether they are small or big, might use these that we are, okay, they take it through council, and if and whoever is happy, this thing will see daylight, we can pay the 50% upfront and maybe later on. So I'm just worried about that, because I think that the policy is quite clear on this. So I just want clarity around it. Are we not entering dangerous waters where we are going to have a problem with our own infrastructure because of not receiving these funds from these developers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleague did hit on all aspects that are very important. I'm sure mine is we are a developmental local government, and revenue is part of developing the underdeveloped communities. So if we start now to create wrong precedents, we will never be in control of this. As the African National Congress, we declare we are not recipients of any donations from developers. So this is uncalled for. It should not be supported.
Thank you, Councillor. Could I give over to the CFO just for the clarity questions that the councillors asked? Councillor Roof, I'll give to you after CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so as the DC committee chair, obviously getting the full development charges is prize number one. However, the National Treasury guidelines does allow for leniency in terms of promoting development, as long as council approves any deviations from an upfront payment. So there are developments that are paying upfront, which we're encouraging. We do go back and try and force them to or get them to pay upfront. And in some cases they do, but with bigger amounts, they do ask for some leniency, and especially when there's a phased approach. So we have been discussing milestones that can guarantee us or prevent the next phase from continuing, to make sure that the payments are received before the next phase does continue. So all those controls has been put in place. But unfortunately, when it comes to developers and developments, and we promote development, then we need to have some consideration in terms of upfront payments. So when it comes to this, at least with the agreements being signed, we know as the municipality how much we're anticipating, and at least there can be some time frames put to when the money is planned on being paid to the municipality. So if we plan a project, we can go out and tender knowing that the full amount will be paid because of the different controls put in place. So if you look on this particular recommendation, the way it's worded, 50% on the signing of the agreement, and then it's 12% on the initiation of the phases, and there's 4 phases. So even phase 1 before they start will require 12.5. So ultimately it means before they even commence, 62.5% must be paid upfront. And as the committee, we are comfortable with receiving 62.5% upfront. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. MMC Ruth?
Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps the previous councillors who spoke saw that as a discount. It's not a discount at all. That we are still getting in the full amount of the development charge, which then gets ring fenced to the various items, water, sewage, electricity, etc. So it really just facilitates developers to be able to continue to develop. Particularly if they are then dependent on, if they've got a bank loan and it specifies they have to sell so many first before they get more, etc., more of the loan, etc. It just helps them with their cash flow, because we don't want developers getting halfway and then running out of money because they've had to pay that full amount to us. So it's a facilitation for developers to come and develop, and in particular, and in Humansdorp, the need for human settlements for homes is particularly needed. You'll see in the next item, Speaker, that there was a request for us to waive the development charge completely, and this municipality has really moved away from negotiating reductions in return for nothing else. Because we really do need that money to ring fence to put in our capital reserve fund for our infrastructure. So I hope that helps if there was a misunderstanding about whether we were discounting. We're still getting the full amount of what is due. Just the terms have been negotiated. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for all that clarity. Councillors, do I have objections on this item? Councillor Zona, yes.
No, Chair, it's not a objection, but maybe the MMC that misunderstood, because we never said it's a discount. Ours was to ask, because every developers, look, when we have this type of development that we want to encourage through saying that they are not going to be paying, for example, the full augmentation fee upfront, but I'm saying that we might create a precedent. That's what we've been saying here, that in future we might not be able to get, and we be open to litigation. That's what we've been trying to raise with this, but to say that no development should not happen. But I think the CFO has covered in terms of the clarities and how they will recuperate the other amounts, because if the developer comes in phases, and then I think the explanation was quite sound to my own understanding. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mbandana, you have also a question of clarity?
Thanks, Chair. I'm sure it's actually what Councillor Zana echoed now. Actually, the sentiment was not for a discount. I'm sure it's just the bloodlines. Thanks for his clarity on that. However, Chair, when it sounds too good to be true, I'm always asking that we should be given guarantees. The legislation is quoted by the CFO and all the necessary information. Can it then be provided in our next meeting, so that we can actually be sure as to these processes won't lay us astray, and necessarily will have mechanisms to defend ourselves. Chair, I'm still declaring, I, Gerald Mbandana from the African National Congress, we've never received any donation from any developer for election. That's what our point was. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ruth?
Speaker, may I ask for clarity, because I'm confused about what the councillors are now saying in terms of receiving money and donations. There's no such thing in this item. It's simply how the money will be paid to us, the full amount, and how it will be paid to us. There's no precedent. We've done it before. We're being open and transparent, bringing it to council as we agreed in council when we amended the policy, where we do not want any negotiations going on where we can't see it. The development committee, which is all the departments, decides on what the charges are. Scientifically, the charges are then someone decides on the charges within civils and water and within electrical. It comes to the committee along with anything that the developer has to say. That committee then decides and sends it to council so that we can see what they've decided. So I'm really trying to understand what the councillors are saying. If maybe it can be made more clear. Thanks.
Councillor Zwana, I'll give back to you just to do clarity, but the way I understood both councillors' questions were, they wanted to know, are we going to take all of these, every person that comes forward? And the way I understood it, each case is done by merit and then it goes to the committee for consideration and then it comes back to council. Councillor Zwana, is that the way I understood the way the questions were from your
Yes,
side?
Madam Speaker, I was just going to simply ask, let's take it to the vote, because that's what the explanation as you have it. That's what we've been trying to explain. There's no need then for developers to, from today onwards, to pay 100% of their augmentation fee. They can just pay 50, because that's what we are saying. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's just put it to vote.
Thank you, Councillor Zwana. I'm going to give back to the CFO. As far as I remember, he said 60-something, 62%. I just want him to clarify on that and how the processes work on each individual and not to put a precedent there. We want development, but how do we control that process? Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. So yes, definitely no precedent is intended, and we don't want to set any. Every case will be treated on its merit, and like I said, the first prize is to get them to pay the full 100% upfront. So I can make an example. The same developer, we referred the item back to negotiate that they pay the full 100%. And I think that augmentation was around 2.8 million, and they agreed that they will be paying the 2.8 fully 100% on that development. But they said, unfortunately, on this one, because they're paying the other 100%, they would want to negotiate payment terms on this one. So yes, they requested 40 and then 15% on the different phases. As a committee, we changed that. We said, no, unfortunately, 40 is too low. We will allow 50, but 12.5 over the 4 phases, knowing that the first phase cannot commence until the additional 12.5 is paid, which then makes the 62.5 payable before they start with any construction. So as the committee, we try our best to get the most out of the developer upfront, but it's not a standard that we're setting. It will be per developer or development that is placed on the Development Charges Committee for discussion. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarity. So I understand we're not discounting, they're just paying in stages. So they are still paying the full amount. That's the way I understand it. Councillor Mbandana, you already had a clarity question. What I want to hear is, I'm going to give you opportunity to speak. Do you still want to go to a vote on this one, that you guys don't agree with the recommendations that were made?
Chair, I recommend Councillor Zana, you know the basis of it. When you got any legislation that operates in Latin term, mutatis mutandis, any developer, those people are opportunistic. They will utilize it to their core. Should they find any mishap, they will use it for their advantage. So as African National Congress, as we are rigid with our communities, if they don't pay water, we close their taps and electricity. Why should we foresee people that have got millions in their accounts? So we are against this mutatis mutandis operation. And secondly, the reason we are saying as an African National Congress, we don't receive donations. We don't want to utilize the term in Nemo UTEX. We judge our own case, whilst at the end of the day, we go and lobby for funds from them
Councillor.
for elections. Sure, bye.
Thank you, Councillor. You answered me. This is not a donation, but I do understand that you're not in support of the item, so we have to go to a vote on this one. Could I please ask the administration to prepare a vote for this item? Councillors, please vote. Councillors, please vote. Councillors, there's a few councillors that still haven't voted. Could you please vote? Councillors, the voting will close in 10 seconds. Thank you, councillors. Does the administration have the numbers for me?
16 in favor, 9 not in favor, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. 16 in favor of the motion, 9 not in favor, 1 abstain. Thank you, councillors. This motion carries. MMC Roof, FED 5.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a similar item to the previous one, although slightly more audacious. The developer, the wind farm, wanted us to waive the development charges. So this is FED 5 of 3298 Humansdorp School on the R102, application for exemption of engineering services development charges. The recommendation from the committee is on page 488, Speaker, and we've added, I'd like to add additional recommendation, an addition to recommendation 10.2, just to be more clear, that the accounting officer be authorized to enter into an appropriate engineering service agreement in respect of the approved development, including that can make agreement on payment terms of the development charges. So the recommendation rejects the application from the developer to be exempted. They do need to pay all of the fees, but the can be empowered to negotiate the period over which they get paid. I table the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with the recommendation. Do I have a seconder on the recommendation? Councillor Stuurman.
Thank you, Speaker. I second.
Thank you very much. Before we carry on in it, I first want to give the speakers opportunity. Councillor Peterson, are you in the meeting? Not back yet. No. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the MMC have alluded that one of the items we spoke to are very similar. I see there's I'm not sure if the mayor is that a order or what, but I see his hand is up. But I was going to say we are in support of the school because I think it's for a good cause, and obviously once it's there, there'll be services that will be paid to the municipality. It will not be a free thing that's there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor, you're the next speaker. Honourable Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just being patient while being unmuted. Speaker, thank you. I would have thought that the ANC would be equally as vocal on development charges on this one as on the previous item, which I am thankful for, because I do think that we're in 100% agreement that we have to make sure that development charges actually be charged to any kind of development in our municipality. It is we are at an unfortunate place where we can't just allow development without infrastructure development to follow, but actually to precede. So development charges becomes critical. And in this case, while in an ideal world, we would have wanted to say, please build us a school and we'll give you off as much as we possibly can. That as much as we possibly can does not in this case include development charges, nor the development of critical infrastructure. The residents of Humansdorp is already suffering from a very severe and constant electrical issues as well as water issues, and we cannot continue to just develop without upgrading our infrastructure. So therefore, I support the additional proposals by Councillor Ruth. As much as we can't give them everything off, I'm in support of making a similar based on the needs, making a similar agreement as we did on the previous item, where they can pay over a period of time, depending on the actual need of the infrastructure in this specific area where the school will be built. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. So I've got a proposer and a seconder for an extra amendment on the engineering and the agreement with the MM. Do I have any objections on this proposal? No, I don't. Do Councillor Mbandana?
Yes, objection and reason, Chair, is this is an IGR matter, intergovernmental. Department of Education vis-a-vis Gouga. This is not a private developer. It's for the benefit of our community and the schools that are overflowing with kids at Humansdorp. So I'm sure we should be actually cautious soon.
Councillor, hold on. Councillor Mbandana, I have a point of order. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, Councillor Mbandana exposes that he doesn't read. This is not an IGR matter. It's not a government school. It is a private school developed by the Gouga Wind Farm, privately being developed there. The Department of Education will be involved at a later stage, but they are not funding this. It's the wind farm that's developed this. This was in council before. It has served before council. This is an irrelevant comment. We need to move on, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Mbandana, you can...
Honourable Speaker, it's not in support, ne? Honourable Speaker, I urge you, because you tempt us. Councillor, the mayor took a swipe against Councillor Peterson that the horse has bolted. He says now I'm not reading. I'm sure he's just poking us for the sake of getting fun. You must grow up. Stop behaving like a child.
Councillor Mbandana, you're out of line. Councillor Mbandana. You didn't even give me opportunity to rule on the mayor's thing. He's absolutely right. This item is not an IGR matter. So do I understand you correctly? You opposed after the ANC said they're not opposing, they welcome the item. So do I understand you that you opposed the item with the recommendations? Councillor Zona, yes, I'm going to give you opportunity until we wait for Councillor Mbandana to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, on this aspect, we support the item as it is, and without the recommendation that were made, if the mayor has made any recommendation attached to this, maybe to just clarify the IGR platform. Look, whether it's a private school or not, the custodian of education is the Department of Education. So Councillor Mbandana is raising that aspect, that if there are things that perhaps the mayor feels that should have been addressed here, there is a level of IGR where Department of Education can be engaged when it comes to private schools in the area, because we still have a serious need of a second or third high school in the area. I think that was raised, and it was raised in that spirit. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zona. So it means we will have to go for a vote on the recommendation that the mayor did. Before we do that, Councillor Roof, you still wanted to add something? Sorry, my mistake. Councillor Roof proposed the additional recommendation. Okay, Councillor Roof, would you like to add something before we go to the vote on your recommendation?
Speaker, yeah, we're going to a vote, so I'm now covered. Thank you.
Thank you. Could the administration please prepare a poll of Councillor Roof's additional recommendation? Thank you. Councillors, please vote on the proposal. Councillors, please vote. There's just a few that haven't voted. We're going to close the poll in 10 seconds. Thank you, administration. Have you closed the poll? And I have the results.
16 in favor, 8 not in favor, and 0 abstention.
Thank you. Just to repeat, 16 in favor of Councillor Roof's amended recommendation, 8 not in favor, and 0 abstain. So the recommendation is added to the item. From now, I also want to ask, do I have objections with the item plus the recommendations? I'm going to repeat it. So we have approved the recommendation, so it's added to the current item. Do I have any objections? Thank you, Council. Then this motion with the added recommendations carry. That is the end of FED. Mayor, back to you for Planning and Development Services.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I hereby table the items for planning and development, and it will be handled by Deputy Mayor Jantjies. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Jantjies, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm on page 492, PD1. This item is a request for Council's authorization to advertise and in principle approval for the alienation of 4298 in Humansdorp. This is the site next to the Melkhout substation of the municipality, and Eskom is also adjacent to that site and needs a larger portion for development for battery storage. The recommendation is on page 494, and I remind council this is an in principle approval only for the property to be alienated to Eskom at market-related value. Recommendations on page 494. I table this item to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do not have any speakers on this item. Do I have anybody objecting on this item? Don't see any objections on this item. Thank you, councillors. I don't see any objections, so this motion carries. Back to you, Deputy Mayor, for PD2.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. PD2 is on page 507 to 509, a very short item. This is our review of the Jeffreys Bay CBD Local Spatial Development Framework. The recommendations are on page 509, and it includes the committee that needs to be brought to life to assist with this process. I hereby table this item to council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Peterson, you're the first speaker on the item. Administration, has he come back yet? Councillor Peterson is not present. Could I move to the next speaker, Councillor Mbandana?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the African National Congress, we are in support of any review of spatial development framework. However, Chair, we find it very strange and difficult that we should be staggered. When we came into this council, there was a precinct development for Hanki Town. I did not see any progress on that one. There was also another one that was also for Humansdorp. I did not include now St. Francis Bay and Patense and all other towns. So why don't we, when we have a review, we review all in a holistic approach so that we know that we have our small santins, like our small, what do you call these mega cities, smaller cities in Johannesburg, I don't know, in Pretoria. But we develop our towns for the future. Let's be a generation that is very optimistic and look forward. So I would like to add an addition that we have a holistic development for the whole Koga and review all towns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I would like to give back to Director Ramakawela to just give feedback. As far as I know, some of the other precinct plans has come back to council. Director?
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, no, I know the comment. Not all of them are approved, Chair. You will remember, Chair, we recently brought the Municipal Spatial Development Framework to Council for public participation. The reason the two draft LSDFs for both Hanki and St. Francis are on hold is because they need to align with the municipal SDF. So in a situation where we need to make minor amendments based on a municipal document, which in order they need to align, we will have a problem if we adopt it because we need to restart the process. So the thinking was that let's finalize the MSDF. If there are minor amendments required both in Hanki and in St. Francis, we can still do it because it's not adopted yet by council, and then we ensure alignment between the two documents. The Jeffreys Bay CBD one is the reason for urgency for this one. We've got a parking issue, and it's coming up a lot, where most of the property owners or business owners here in town cannot comply with parking requirements. As a result, they can't submit building plans, and they're sitting with unauthorized structures. We've been receiving a lot of requests. So we're trying to facilitate that process, at least to ensure alignment. Because it takes a bit of time, we believe it's important that we commence with this process immediately, because we still need to gazette public participation just to expedite it. The municipal SDF, we've gone out for comments, we received comments, we're addressing that. We may probably advertise it for the last time, bring it to council for approval, and we can bring all the other LSDFs to council for approval immediately after, or even together, because by then we would have ensured alignment. But we will do it for all other towns with time once we've approved the municipal SDF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Do I have objections on this review on the Jeffreys Bay district plan? Councillor Mbandana.
No, thanks, Chair. After the clarity from the director, one is fair in terms of the processes and the way forward. I'm sure it's a process that is inclusive, that is going to come to the public for comments, like our small town that was designed in the 1900s, so that it can be changes. Thank you very much. We can move forward with the item if you can urgent.
Thank you, Councillor. Then I take it, then I don't have any objections, so this can come to the public for review. Thank you. Then this item carries with no objections. PD4, Deputy Mayor, back to you.
Honorable Speaker, we still have to do PD3, not 4 yet. I'm on page 510 to 519. This is also to get an in-principle approval from Council today for a portion of 0499 in Emmansdorp. The recommendations are there, and it's stipulating clearly that it's an offer to purchase at market-related value, and I table this item for approval to Council. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Nkilishani. Councillor Nkilishani, the floor is yours. Councillor, I'm going to move to Councillor Mbandana, then I will give Nkilishani opportunity afterwards. Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana. I'm going to give to the next speaker, Councillor Zana. You're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps I'm rising as a component of the African National Congress in support. I think the Deputy Mayor puts it that it's not the whole urban that we are in principle approving to alienate, but it's a portion of that. And as of such, I think we are in support of it. Needless to say, I'm not going to go to, because I'm not going to go into the discussions about it, but I think we are in support of this, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zana. So I don't have any other speakers, and do I have any other objections on this item?
No objections, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mbandana. Then this process can carry forward. Deputy Mayor, Deputy, back to PD4 now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let me also, at this juncture, mention to you that PD5 will be withdrawn. So we'll bring it back in January in the next council meeting. So today, this will be the final item for planning and development. The item is on page 520 to 522, a request for council to waive penalties imposed for unauthorized building works. Although the title sounds very comprehensive, this basically comes down to, for certain aspects of the building control measures, this is a request for approval for an amnesty period during the course of next year. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I table the last item to council for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zana, you're the first speaker on this item. Councillor Zana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tell me, I just quickly went out now. Which is it? Page 530?
520, Councillor.
No, can I just pass that one? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we've supported these items.
Thank you.
So-
My next speaker is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I firstly want to applaud and say thank you to the Mayor, the MM, and especially to Director Ramakwela. I had a couple of meetings with him and we discussed this amnesty, and thank you for that. I think all the residents will appreciate this amnesty for the next year. So thanks a lot to all the role players to step up for with this amnesty. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much for all encouraged. I just need to check, are there any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. This is a very good item. So this item carries and PD5 has been withdrawn. Mayor, back to your items 18.3, report from Community Services and Safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table the items for Community and Safety Services, and it will be handled by Alderman Benson. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Benson, the floor is yours.
Good evening or good night. I think it's past 3, then it's starting to be evening. Mine is only 2 items. It would start on page 530 up to page 617, and it's about approval of sustainable development goals, implementation frame, and a recommendation on 533. So I table this report, this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. My first speaker is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine was to welcome the item, Madam Speaker, but just wanting to ask, there's an aspect of the report that speaks to a SDG committee that will be formulated or established, a steering committee of some sort. But I just wanted to know, in terms of that steering committee or committee that will be established, how will it be constituted? But I think it's critical things, these that are being raised by the SDGs. And I'm also quite happy that we are trying also to find that it will try to be mainstreamed into our IDP. And I know that we have already adopted the IDP from 2022 till 2027, but I think we need to work on getting some of these goals, which are supported by the United Nations, into our functions of the municipality or operations as the municipality, so that we are, I think there's a speaker that spoke about a developmental local government, and I think that's what we are in Gouga. But I just wanted then clarity on the issue of the steering committee. How will it be constituted? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I can't emphasize more, actually, probably any better than Councillor Zana just did. I think he put it very well, and I completely agree with him in terms of the importance of this. We've engaged with SALGA on numerous occasions, and actually was going to be on a sort of a very specific shortlist for SALGA in our previous financial year. But the timing and so forth didn't work out. We are now a part of a very specific program in conjunction with, in partnership with Salga, and they're assisting on many of these SDG framework developments. And therefore, this item needed to come to council to get the ball rolling. I will be monitoring this from my side very, very closely and personally. And I think just to answer Councillor Zana's question, as far as the steering committee is concerned, at this stage, it's purely administrative steering committee, doing a lot of reporting, putting information into a document that will become our framework, obviously for council to adopt and implement. But as far as alignment with IDPs, with KPIs, with departmental objectives, and all sorts of things like that, it's really critical that we have this this framework, and it will unlock a lot of things for us in future. And I'm very thankful that this item has now reached us in council for approval, so that we can make sure that we not only benefit from the bigger SDG project, but that we can also just align with the international standards that the UN and others have put in place at this stage. So thank you very much to the administration for driving it so far, and we look forward to big progress in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. I'm also going to give to Director Makalesi to see if she would like to add to everything. Director?
Speaker, thank you, but I think I'm covered by the Mayor, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, he was comprehensive, and it shows the passion that we have on this one. Do I have any objections on this item? Don't. Thank you. So this item carries, council. Back to you, Alderman Benson.
Yes, now, the last item, me and the director is glad that how we have informed the mayor, and I can hear we listen very carefully when we talk about this thing. So I can't say that, and I think that the director also confirmed. The mayor have said everything that we told him. So we are very glad about that. We have to listen, mayor. Now I go to CSS3. That's on page 618 up to 639. And that's a close-out report, disaster management education excursion to Thailand. That was by my director and the manager of disaster. And the recommendations is on page 620. So I table this report, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My first speaker is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, but I think mine is also to welcome this particular report. And I think that during the time when they were going abroad to Thailand, we were all questioning that is it really a necessity that they must go and to Thailand on this excursion. But I think from where I'm seated and reading the report, one must appreciate the work that was done, because sometimes we are not saying our delegates that are going to, whether it's China or Thailand or wherever abroad, are going on joint trips, but one must always be appreciative of the fact that at least there is a level of accountability for the money, which we as politicians perhaps would say there was value for money when we are assessing what has happened, and also the tangible outcomes of this. I think that's why I want to take my comments to that. We in Kocha, I think we have an area that is high at risk, St. Francis Bay, which portions of land is just disappearing into the ocean. So I think it will put us at a better position if we were to plan accordingly in terms of what these delegates have learned, respectively the director, community service, and also the manager that was accompanying them, because we also have some serious fires in Koga times that are attacking us, our wildlife, etc. But I'm just rising to raise an appreciation of that, but also encouraging us as council to make provisions for also perhaps to what was learned on that side in terms of early detections of disasters, that we try and implement that. I know that Mr. Mdu will tell you that sometimes we don't participate enough as councillors on the disaster committee. But when there are people that have learned the challenges that such as Thailand, what they faced, I think we should appreciate that. Moving forward, we should, as councillors, really plan ahead so that there are systems in place that will be early detections of disasters in our areas. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that will be all for me from now. I will not participate on the confidential. I'll only be ready to read the motion of exigency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. This item, you were the last speaker on this item, and it was for noting, and thank you for the feedback on this one. How am I going to handle it? We're going to go to the supplementary agenda, then we're going to handle that one item, and then I will go to your motion of exigency, and after that, then we'll go over to the confidential. So I'm giving everybody a few minutes just to open up their supplementary agenda. Thank you, everybody. I allowed a supplementary submission due to the fact of the importance of this item, and it is on the supplementary reports of the executive mayor. So mayor reports of the electrical mechanical, and I'm going to give over to our executive mayor to present this item. Thank you.
Thanks, Speaker. I'd like to present this one report, table it to council. It will be handled by Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Alexander. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to table item number 2025-12 EMS1, request for council authorization to provide security on the Eskom agreement. The introduction is there. The purpose of this item is to seek council's approval for the application for and provision of a bank guarantee according to the local section 48(2)A of the Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003. Then the recommendations are on page 9 and 10. This item is for council for approval, and I would ask the director and also the CFO to respond on any questions of clarity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I do not have any speakers on this item. What I would like to do is to ask, are there any objections on this item? Thank you, Council. I don't see any objections on this item, so this motion carries. Then I'm moving back to you, Councillor Zana, for your motion of exigency. Could you please read the motion
title
to us clearly? And then I'll also need a seconder, and then from there on we can work. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are you saying I should just read the title of the exigency?
Yes. Could you
Okay,
please
thank you,
do
Madam
that?
Speaker. Okay, I will not. Speaker, perhaps I must just state that I'm rising on Rule 30. I know that there's been amendments made to the rules of exigency, but let me just read the subject of it. It's immediate withdrawal of municipal funding for security and medical expenses of Councillor Jacques Alexander following the conviction and sentencing of the perpetrator. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's the motion.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder for the proposal? Councillor Nizolani.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I second the motion. Thank you.
Alderman Benson.
Yeah. Speaker, I need a focus break for 10 minutes or so, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give a 10-minute caucus break. Could the administration please break everybody out into their caucuses? Thank you. Thank you. If everybody's back from their caucuses, Councillor Zana, just for clarity for everybody, could you maybe just repeat your motion again? I do have a seconder. I just want to refresh everybody's memory after the 10-minute break. Councillor Zana.
Thank you. My apologies, Madam Speaker. I was reading while I was unmuted. Let me quickly read it, Madam Speaker. The subject is immediate withdrawal of municipal funding for security and medical expenses of Councillor Jacques Alexander following conviction and sentencing of the perpetrator. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I do have a seconder. Do I have any objections or comments on this motion at this stage? Alderman Benson.
Yes, Speaker, I asked for a courtesy break and I want to give now feedback that I object to the motion and I can give reasons why, because this lady is not the shooter. She's just she gives information. So the shooters is still out there. And therefore I object to the motion that we take all the support back from this protection everything like that. So my issue is that the case is still alive, Speaker. So I object to what Councillor Zana is asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Councillor Nkilishani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, as the EFF, we support the motion of Councillor Zana. If you remember, Speaker, we wrote to you on the 6th of October 2025 in terms of Rule 39, and we were asking questions about the expenditure and arrangements regarding the protection, security, and medical support of Councillor Alexander. And this was supposed to appear on the agenda, but for some reasons known to you, it was not on the agenda, and you didn't even answer us as the EFF. We wrote you long time ago. That's your attitude. So we support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. That item still needs to come to Council, and as I remember, I gave it back to the administration because I was not happy with the report. So I've asked for additional info. Councillor August, your hand is up.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to support the proposal or motion by Honourable Benson, Alderman Benson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Oliphant, I'm going to give you opportunity. Remember, I'm just taking proposers in second and anybody that's objecting so we can vote on this motion because I've already got a seconder. Councillor Oliphant, do you still want to say anything in support or not in support? Councillor Oliphant? Councillor, your caucus have submitted this motion and I have a seconder and then I've got an objection with a seconder. So it means we have to go to a vote. Could the administration please prepare a vote if we're going to listen to this motion or not? Thank you, councillors. Could you please vote in the poll? Please, councillors, please vote. Councillors, 10 seconds to closing of poll. Thank you, councillors. Administration, has the poll been closed? Do you have numbers?
It says 8 in favour, 18 not in favour, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. We have 8 in favour of the councillors' motion and 18 not in favour for this to carry forward and 0 abstains. So, council, unfortunately, your motion does not carry at the moment. And this is the end of our open agenda. Thank you to the public that has been sitting with us for a very long day. Please be safe. I will give the rest of the council's opportunity to go to confidential and for the public to have a lovely afternoon. Thank you.